Recording in progress.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Sorry, we're delayed by a bus here because I had to come here to Parliament. Be that as it may, let me officially open the meeting. Welcome, honorable members of the Standing Committee Finance. Welcome all the stakeholders who are here to make submissions. Welcome, Treasury and officials from other entities. Welcome all the officials from Parliament, the support team, PBO. Today we're here to go through the public hearings on the public procurement bill B18. I've got a number of stakeholders who are going to make submissions. Hence, we have extended time, I think, until around 1:45. Are there apologies, Alan Tebogo Zuti?
No apologies received, Chair, but also just to note, Nkosi Buthelezi, due to the passing of his grandfather, obviously won't attend the meeting. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Condolences to the Buthelezi family, the IFP. Thanks. Let's move to item 2 on the submissions, oral submissions by stakeholders. Let's start with the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, Saika. You have got, Alan, it's 10 minutes allocated, isn't it?
That's correct, Chair. 10 minutes per presentation.
Yeah, Saika, over to you. It's 10 past now, so you have got 10 minutes until 20 past.
Good morning, honorable members, National Treasury and other stakeholders joining us in this meeting. Thank you for the opportunity of allowing Saika to present and to provide a verbal submission to the committee. We have also submitted a written submission yesterday. I have prepared a presentation and would highlight the key aspects that we think is critical in order to ensure that the bill, when approved, addresses a lot of the issues that are currently impacting the sector. So I'm going to share on my side. Okay. So when we looked at the bill, we looked at the current challenges that is impacting public sector, local government, national and provincial, from a procurement perspective. And we looked at the general report that's issued by the Auditor General. As Saika, we track the Auditor General's report on an annual basis to identify the current status of procurements in the sector. And this is just an extract of what we've picked up from the 2021-22, and this is for local government specifically, but we do find that similar challenges are experienced for procurement in provincial and national government as well. And as a result of this, it is therefore critical that the issues or the challenges that is currently impacting government and identified by the Auditor General is addressed through the bill. So the bill should try and prevent these things from happening going forward. And if we look at the report, some of the issues that did come through where the Auditor General have verified and confirmed material irregularities was on the overpricing of goods and services procured or appointed suppliers not delivering, uneconomical procurement, and where poor quality of goods and services have been received. We've also identified that the main reasons of government losing money is unfair or uncompetitive procurement practices, no or limited benefit received for money spent, and fraud committed by officials. So as a result of this, we believe that the bill should include areas or sections that should try to overcome the current challenges that we are experiencing. And therefore, we said that the procurement bill should not be considered in isolation. So it should not be considered as just legislation that is put out to ensure that processes are followed. It should be looked at in conjunction with other things. And some of the things that impact procurement specifically is the resources and skills within a procurement division, whether there's adequate resources and minimum competencies, the ethical culture drives, is there consequence management, is there accountability being applied? And then obviously we also looked at legislation and governance. And when we looked at this, we looked at the bill and said that we do understand that certain things may not fit into the bill. However, it needs to be considered in some form in the bill. The first one we looked at was legislation and governance, and this speaks specifically to the bill itself. Implementation and monitoring of legislation is a challenge when responsibilities are not adequately laid out or documented in legislation. So who do you hold accountable at that point if things go wrong, if the responsibilities are not clear in the act? The second one, which is a risk, is where there's legislation that has been developed, and if we look at the procurement bill, which would be enacted, they would need supporting processes and policies to ensure that there is implementation and that it is effective. From this point of view, we have recommended that there are additional responsibilities added for the procuring institution. So the procuring institution should also have a responsibility to enforce consequence management where aspects of the act is not implemented or there is non-compliance. So consequence management becomes critical there. We've also indicated that there should be responsibilities given to or included to the procuring institutions to implement processes to manage the procurement process in order for that institute to receive quality goods and services. So where there are instances where there are no quality goods and services that have been received, action needs to be taken by that procuring institution, and the defaulting suppliers should be reported to provincial national treasury and blacklisted. So there needs to be proper processes around this. What we find is that suppliers are not held accountable and they move from one public sector institution to the next, causing further challenges in government. So this becomes critical, and it is therefore the responsibility of a procuring institution to ensure that they do receive value for money for goods and services that they receive, and to protect governments from fraudulent suppliers. The next one we looked at is references to instructions that are in contravention of regulations and procurement policies. If we look at section 14 of the bill currently, it only makes reference to the bill itself, or it does not make reference to the policies of the organization, and the regulation enforces that municipalities and other public entities need to enforce policies, and this should also be included there. We then went on to skills and resources. And we do think skills and resources are critical for the implementation of policies and procedures, and this includes procurement processes. If we do not have a workforce that does not possess the required skills, we are unable to train them or to get them to the desired level. We have noted that the bill indicates that PPO is responsible for training. However, you cannot train staff that do not have the required skills. We then also looked at skills within government should not be fragmented in separate legislations. We've noted that there is the professionalization framework that has been implemented. However, there has to be aspects somewhere in the bill to highlight the importance of skills for procurement as well. Our recommendation is that the bill should incorporate capacity and skills required for procurement units. Responsibility should be provided or included for National Treasury to implement regulations for minimum competencies for the head of procurement and procurement officials within the procurement division. And then finally, the responsibility should be included for the procuring institution to ensure that the procurement officials have the required skills based on the minimum competencies and that the procurement office is adequately skilled. So that responsibility is currently not in the bill as well. We then went on to look at ethical culture. And we do believe that ethical culture is critical from a procurement perspective as well as overall from an organizational perspective. We do understand and take note that whistleblowing processes and legislations reside with the Department of Justice. However, it is still critical that processes are implemented within institutions to promote an ethical culture, and this should be part of the operational responsibilities of those institutions. We've also indicated that promoting an ethical culture is critical for the implementation and compliance of legislation, as well as attracting and retaining professionals within the sector. Our recommendation is that the procuring institution, provincial treasury or national treasury, should have the responsibility of implementing a fraud hotline or whistleblowing processes to improve strong internal controls over the procurement process and the protection of those who report non-compliance with the Act. This will strengthen the ethical environment of the public sector and reduce procurement fraud. And then again, as I indicated, it will also attract professionals to the sector. We welcomed the information on the code of conduct. However, we have noted that the code of conduct within the legislation is very limited. It needs to be enhanced, and this can be done through various processes. The one is an additional guidance document could be developed, and that responsibility could sit with the PPO. The second thing is that a detailed code of conduct could also be developed for procurement officials. And this should also have guidance on safeguards to be implemented when threats are identified. Currently, there is no guidance, so procurement officials do not understand or would not be aware of what to do when there is a threat identified. The bill should also include measures to be taken in relation to the procurement transaction, which has been reported as an unlawful act. So we've identified that an affected person can report an unlawful act. However, that process still continues. So any wrongdoing on that process will continue. We therefore say that that process should be stalled until the affected person's reporting is considered and overcome. We've looked at other key considerations, and as I indicated, our submission has a number of points on it. And some of these points include amendments to specific sections where there are duplications, words to be defined where words haven't been defined. We've also indicated that process and regulations will need to be developed or reviewed to support the proposed bill. One of this, as I mentioned earlier, is the minimum competencies regulations for procurement officials. We've looked at use of technology to enhance the procurement process, and that includes identifying conflicts of interest.
Natasha, sorry, can you please gallop in the next 1.5 minutes to conclude, please?
Okay, I'm concluding in the next minute, thanks. We've looked at the need for the PPO to promote and monitor the implementation of the Act. The responsibility currently is only for them to promote the implementation of the Act, but it is also essential that they monitor the implementation of what is being proposed, and that there is a process for a debarment is fair. This is to reduce the legal consequences on government. So I think those are the key considerations, and thank you for affording me that opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Natasha from Saika, for the submission. Thanks. Let's move to the next stakeholder, Apparel and Textile Association of South Africa, ATASA. Over to you. You have got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Chair, to the coordinators. Just before I start, Chair, I just want to again extend the condolences from ATASA to the Buthelezi family on the loss of a stalwart in the country. The Apparel and Textile Association of South Africa, and I'm going to read through my presentation, Chair, if I can be allowed to do that. The Apparel and Textile Association of South Africa welcomes the opportunity to comment on the Public Procurement Bill. ATASA is the largest employee organization in the clothing industry and represents approximately 53 factories employing 10,673 workers in clothing and in textiles. The Public Procurement Bill is a necessary instrument to fix our deeply challenged tender system and by extension, our country and economy. Without fixing public procurement, the state and taxpayers will continue to lose money to corruption. Our roads, railway networks, and ports will continue to crumble. The services provided in villages, towns, and cities, metros will collapse and continue to collapse. Businesses will continue to limp and ultimately fail and close down. Economic development will continue to decline. Poverty and unemployment will grow, and workers will continue to live in deprived conditions and struggle to come to work. Crime will continue to rise, and our potential to lift ourselves out of this downward cycle and move into more equitable growth will be undermined. The Public Procurement Bill is not a work that we can define as art, but we believe it should be regarded as a work in progress. Therefore, we ask Parliament to do the following: to pass the bill, but importantly, to ensure that before it is passed, first some small but consequential changes are made to the current bill. To ensure that social partners at NEDLAC are given the ability to shape the regulations at NEDLAC once the bill is passed. This is because much of the substance of this bill has been left to the regulations, and because we cannot afford to get public procurement wrong in these regulations. We propose 3 overall changes for the bill. First, the need to ensure that local manufacturing provisions in tenders, which is local content, are considered pre-qualification criteria and not simply preferences. Second, the need to make sure that national government can create firm and binding rules across the state. And third, the need to make sure that the bill takes a strong stand against corruption. At the moment, the bill envisions local manufacturing to be treated as a preference by public institutions. In other words, if local manufacturing is addressed in tenders, it will simply be included as a voluntary, nice-to-have criterion, which adds points to the score of a bidder, but it will not compel those tenders to be job-creating. Bidders will still be able to win if they generate enough points from other preferences, even if they import goods. This will be a problem in sectors of the economy which have the potential to reindustrialize our economic base and add labor-intensive jobs. We seek Section 17 of the bill to recognize local manufacturing as a pre-qualification criterion. if the bill gives local manufacturing and local content the power to be pre-qualifying, this can be used to steer procurement towards creating jobs and rebuilding our national industrial base in the instances where local manufacturing is required. Creating jobs and stimulating industrialization is a broad-based benefit that is in the national interest. This will not prevent other preferences from being important in bids. For instance, bidders could still get points for meeting other preferential procurement targets, but those additional points would build on a foundation of growing our national economy and jobs. The development and introduction of local content policies in 2011 was a watershed movement in the state's approach to industrial policy. It gave impetus to and implemented the state's new industrial policy as set out in its policy documents, like the New Growth Path. The local content policies in the 2011 and then 2017 regulations offered to enable a virtuous cycle which occurs when the state's enormous spending power is used to stimulate job creation and industrial growth within its direct supply chains, and to stimulate a host of positive indirect economic and jobs multiplier effects. Granted, there were many problems in the way government implemented the local content policies, and these problems undermined the effectiveness of local content policies, but these problems were largely due to poor implementation and enforcement of local content in a system of overly decentralized procurement. At the same time, there were undoubtedly benefits from the local content policies. Many of our members, clothing, textile, footwear, and leather manufacturers have been able to supply the state because of these policies, and they support thousands of employees on this basis. If the public procurement bill proceeds unchanged, its local manufacturing and job creation potential will be unfortunately lost. For the sake of clarity, we are not arguing that all goods bought by the state must be locally manufactured. What we are arguing is that unless the bill is slightly amended, the benefits of using state procurement as a lever to support local manufacturing and job creation are going to be lost going forward. The problem must be fixed. Once it is solved, there will still be a need to make wise policy choices to designate appropriate products for local manufacturing, if they can be made in South Africa, or if the industries are developing and can be grown and supported through local content policies. But unless there is pre-qualification rule for local manufacturing, the opportunity to leverage public procurement to industrialize will be made redundant. The loss of local manufacturing as a pre-qualification criteria will have devastating consequences for employment and the growth of our economy. For instance, the DTIC has modeled the impact of the loss of local content provisions and factories and jobs in the sector, and its findings support our concerns. In short, the DTIC believes a sizable part of the CTFL industry now economically depend on preferential procurement regulated under 2017 preferential procurement regulations. The absence of inclusion of the CTFL sectors designated for preferential public procurement with desired 100% local content will have a serious adverse economic impact on the CTFL labor-absorbing priority industry sectors. It is expected that as a direct consequence of losing local content provisions, about 12,000 CTFL jobs, which represents 13%, will be lost, and the CTFL industry will lose about 6 billion rand, which equates to about 12% in annual real output. Due to the lack of pre-qualification criterion, factories in the CTFL sector that supply the state, including many Black woman-owned factories and factories in peri-urban and rural areas, will face a severe risk of closure. Many specialize in these products required by the state and cannot easily find alternative markets such as berets, bulletproof vests, specialized fabrics, and footwear, etc. Especially in the current depressed economy, jobs will be lost in a sensitive and highly labor-intensive industry. Since the industry overwhelmingly employs women who are often single mothers and sole breadwinners who support on average 5 dependents, and is often the largest employer in distressed and scarce peri-urban and rural areas, closure of factories and losses of jobs will have a disproportionately disastrous impact on women and rural peri-urban communities. The outcome is indefensible. But the effects that will not only be felt in the CTFL manufacturing sector, they will also be felt in all the designated sectors and products and across the manufacturing sector. As we have seen for decades in the manufacturing sector, factories that close tend to have the expensive capital equipment purchased and shipped offshore. This effect will also be beyond the state sector and its suppliers. After all, the localization drive forms a key part of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan and is a major keystone in the architecture of various sectoral master plans. These master plans, for instance, hold the potential to create thousands of new jobs and investment in the economy. Yet if the state is not clear about its support for local content, there will be no incentive for the private sector to do the same. Companies will argue, as is already happening in some cases, that if the state is not prepared to commitment to local content, the omission of local manufacturing and content as a pre-qualification criterion threatens to spill over and threaten other policies in our broader economic recovery. Government will also be renegading on its commitments as articulated in so many SONA addresses by the president and as captured in many social compacts, including the Local Procurement Accord, the Job Summit, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, and various master plans. For these reasons and others, local manufacturing provisions must be clearly defined as a pre-qualification criterion in the bill. Since the 2022 public procurement regulations, which have allowed public institutions to make their own public rules, we have seen disorder and chaos in the local tender market. Some public institutions still apply local content as a pre-qualification criterion. Some are using local manufacturing as an optional point scoring criterion, which allows imports to replace domestic products. Other institutions are favoring locality, which is simply a way to preference traders in the immediate area. We are already seeing enormous strain on local factories as the market starts shrinking in favor of imports. It has been our hope that this uncertainty should be temporary, but Section 17 of the bill does not seem to give the national minister powers to create this framework. At the moment, Section 17 seems to simply enable public institutions to continue to pick and choose policies as they wish. It needs to deliberate policy decisions and certainty. For this reason, we ask Parliament to add an enabling provision in Section 17 of the bill that gives the national minister the power to create regulations to shape and frame procurement policies. The procurement bill has added some useful measures to combat corruption. We ask Parliament to make sure that these are not watered down. But to be honest, the bill does not go far enough. Take, for example, whistleblowers. We are witnessing horrors where whistleblowers are threatened and killed. We are also witnessing whistleblowers being...
Herman?
Yes?
Can you please round up, please?
We are also witnessing whistleblowers being marginalized by society. This toxic ecosystem is a de-incentive for whistleblowers unless it is changed. The public procurement bill is silent about whistleblowing. We accept the whistleblowing as an activity falls under a different piece of legislation, the Protective Disclosures Act, but at the same time, it is incontrovertible that public procurement is one of the major areas of corruption in the country, and it needs specific interventions to combat this corruption. For this reason, we think it is appropriate for the public procurement bill to include a provision to tackle and encourage whistleblowing. The strategy and substance of its approach can be outlined properly in later regulations, because this is a grievous oversight that needs to be fixed. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Herman, representing ATASA. Next is the RSA Cluster Group. Over to you. 10 minutes.
Honourable Chair, and to your members of the Standing Committee, good morning to you all, and thank you for this opportunity to present. I'll just take myself a video so you can see who I am and as I present. I'll be sharing my screen.
Alan, I can't hear Steve unless it's me this side. He seemed to have
No, he is on mute. No,
Steve,
can't hear you.
unmute. Mr. Jatin, can you unmute? We can see your screen here.
I've unmuted. Thank you.
Okay.
Happily, Honourable Chair, and to your members of the steering committee, I hope we're able to bring a different perspective this morning and give you something interesting that we think is very important. So the RSA Clusters believes in the clustering process. This is very definitely something that is a global phenomenon, and the challenge we really have is this about government leading? Is this about industry leading, or is this about partnerships? And if we're going to do this, how do we structure and how do we actually make sure that we do things in a progressive manner? We believe that partnerships is a very, very important element of the new environment that we're in. And we also think that there are a huge amount of opportunities and challenges that face us. So as a result of it, we are going to have to try and work out how we work together. So our mission is to help industry to work together for growth. And we believe that not only in local areas, but also regional economies and the national economy, there are big issues that challenge us and need to be resolved. And if we want to optimize value and jobs in manufacturing, we've got some work to do. And my colleague went into great detail, giving you some examples, and I won't repeat those. So we think that there's a need for us to actually form collaborative partnerships with the intent to work with key stakeholders and resolve the issues. And in that, grow support for localization and the localization movement. Localization is not a foreign term. It's not something that we should be scared of. But I think it's absolutely essential that before we even get going is that we understand what localization actually means. And one of the big challenges I think we're going to be looking at as we go forward, in big issues, we do not have a common understanding. And for us, that is a really big issue. So our objective today in coming to present to you was to raise issues around the Public Procurement Bill, because certainly they concern us. We recognize that in the bill, there's an attempt to actually bring in new thinking, maybe a new perspective. But we think that by working together and taking this forward and having further negotiation, there may be a new way forward. So we focus on the importance of managing the demand expectations that come from public procurement. And we need to try and understand how we get maximum or optimum value from that. We need to look at how we incentivize the changes that we want. We cannot do it with a hammer or a rolling pin. We've got to do it with incentives that encourage, nurture, and mature businesses and governments to a point where they are able to work together and get to a point that they have got common interests that they want to deliver. We need to get to our preferred outcomes. Transformation, for instance, is absolutely essential in the local environment. But the mechanisms and tools that we use sometimes to get there simply confound, frustrate, confuse, and provide a whole lot of opportunities for others that we, in terms of unintended consequences. What we need to do is look at how we get to local investments, how we ensure that we improve our knowledge transfer, and how we actually get to a point where we are having local manufacturing, local content, including imports in some instances, because we don't make everything in this country, and especially in the electronics industry, we actually have a number of different elements that we need to work with, which are imported. And then, of course, the most important thing of all in terms of our objective today is we want to create jobs. And the more opportunities we have by unconstraining us, the more opportunity that we have as manufacturers to actually create jobs. So what does this really entail? Well, we need to future-proof the manufacturing economy going forward and enabling it. We need to support sustainable business development and growth in the whole sector, which includes not only big business, but also SMEs. And we fail to realize sometimes that the majority of manufacturers are SMEs, not big businesses. They might employ lots of people, but there are a lot more manufacturers in the SME sector, which are often ignored. We need to develop a knowledge and understanding of exactly what business is and why we do business, because we believe that just even the Treasury engagement or the government engagement through this bill means that they need to have a business plan around this particular set of circumstances provided by the Public Procurement Bill. We need to know what causes jobs and what constrains job creation. We need to embrace an alternative set of concerns and assumptions. We have opportunities to dig deep and to understand what the markets look like going forward and what the opportunities are for us to actually fix our infrastructure and maybe the infrastructure going through Africa. What does that actually mean in terms of what we want to do when we're borrowing money, which has got local content requirements in the land of the lender? Do we understand the consequences of some of the signatory documents that we've signed in order to protect foreign direct investment, where we don't necessarily have the controls over the outcomes that we are intending? Do we understand what is needed in order to drive and facilitate development in major projects without a linkage between each other, and what those linkages actually might be in the supply chain? So when we start looking at the business of making things and of delivering projects, it should be inclusive. It needs to be integrated. And we need to make sure that we are having conversations where we are preferring local and dealing with the issues that are making local difficult and making job creation a priority in our lives. This entails when we look at the bill itself, I think it's absolutely positioned in a way that is going to do very well from an administrative point of view, and that from a regulative point of view, it may have some opportunities, but that hasn't been shared with us as yet. So as a result, we cannot comment on those exercises. But what is absolutely essential for us is that this whole administration of this bill just gives effect to the strategic goals. It cannot determine what those goals are. It cannot be the enabling thing, because we need to actually have the tools in place and the mechanisms in place through the regulations and through the guides in terms of what it needs to be done. So we believe we need to use public procurement as a mechanism to grow the economy. And we need to look at what constrains us from growing the economy rather than from what actually helps us to actually increase growing businesses. We have a very strange phenomenon sometimes where we believe we're going to create 1,000 jobs, and then we start thinking about what kind of business is going to go behind it. The reality is that business is out there in order to utilize the resources and to grow to a point where they can actually hire people, and thereafter to continue to grow and hire more and more people going forward. The hiring of people, creation of jobs, is an outcome of that business growth. And we need to understand how we use that. We need to understand how we enable transformation through industrialization. There are so many people that are needed in manufacturing positions today that it's funny that we are still struggling with these issues and we're not really coming to an understanding of how we bring it to bear in a day-to-day confrontation with our challenges and fears. When we're thinking industrialization, once again, what exactly does that mean to us? Is this something that we're going to focus on and we're going to do something that's going to change the face of what's happening in the country? And if so, it's more than a regulation that needs to actually guide us. We're going to have a whole lot of other structures to make sure that we have a social and governmental agreement in terms of what support is going to be given manufacturers in order to move forward. And then in terms of the changes in sourcing, we need to make conscious decisions on a day-to-day basis that we need to buy local. Now, what does local really mean? Local, in our view, is that we should consider South Africa, obviously, but within the context, we really need to start getting the basics right at a local level. And local here is an industrial area in a particular town or city, which has got a whole lot of different manufacturers in them who are struggling to understand necessarily how they keep their business going, let alone how to actually expand their business beyond the borders of that town. So buying local becomes important when we start thinking about how we can utilize state as a benevolent purchaser or buyer to use their power wisely. We're allowing costs to sneak through that force us to a position where we get preferences, but yet manufacturers are not getting the benefit of some of those costs that are driving us into a position we can't afford. I'll give you one example. Electricity tariffs are too high, and the manufacturing industry is being unfairly yoked, I think, by that, and these are things we need to look at very, very carefully. So the question we're asking is, does the procurement bill enable our opportunity to create jobs? It's a yes, but answer. Yes, it is. If we look at the economic policy documents the Treasury put together, there's some real hope that things can go forward in a very, very good way. But there's nothing to guide us at this point in time is what is the context and relevance of which documents in relation to what we're talking about. And what if we can't define the basics in terms of what we're looking for in terms of localization, maybe even inclusivity and some other things that we talk about every day. We all have a different understanding and interpretation. We need to get smart in fixing these things and do it fast. There's no room for compromise and offsets. We need to make sure that we're very clear in our agenda in terms of what needs to be done. And yes, we need to take some deliberate actions, but we should not constrain business by doing that. We should promote business in everything we do. So the public procurement bill is mechanical. There's nothing more to it than that. So what about affecting change? And change management affects the things that the decision makers are going to have to deal with in themselves, making a decision that's good for the country, for their business, for the particular project that they're working on. It's about mindset. It's about behavior. It's about encouraging. It's about making sure that we can empower change at local level. This is a change management process that we need to go into.
Hello, Mr. Jardine. Can you please move towards the conclusion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In conclusion, we need to work together. We need to find some certainty and clarity in the processes of contracting. We need to make sure that we are managing the things that need to be managed, and that includes behavior. We have cause and effect happening around us all the time, managing demand, managing the business of government, managing policy clashes, and enabling mindsets that will set us free, and then to use incentives, and business will respond, and you'll be amazed at how it will flourish. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We did give a written response, and thank you for today.
Thanks, Steve, representing RSA Cluster. We do have your written submission. Next is Anna Lashimia. Sorry if I don't pronounce it properly.
It's perfect.
Yeah, over to you, Anna.
Thank you very much. And I would like to share my screen as well. So I wonder if Mr. Jardine wouldn't mind stop sharing his own screen so that I can share mine. Thank you. Unfortunately, oh, okay. Thank you. And now, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you especially to the committee who has allowed us to present today. I want, first of all, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you on the publication of the Public Procurement Bill. For the extensive work done to review and improve the existing procurement legislation with a view to modernizing the procurement system in South Africa, making it more efficient and capable of responding to challenges of our time, in line with the principles of equity and social justice that are enshrined within the South African Constitution. And I welcome the call for public consultations of the bill. And especially I thank everyone for allowing me to present today. Today I want to talk about the gender aspect of the bill and gender responsive procurement. We know that the South African Constitution fully recognizes the power of procurement and explicitly delegates the legislation to use procurement to address past injustices and inequality. So the question I'm asking is whether the new bill has taken on board this unique opportunity to fully meet the constitutional obligations towards women. And I'm asking myself, does the bill in its current form provide contracting authorities with the necessary legal instruments to adequately consider gender equality within their purchasing activities? Is the bill a missed opportunity maybe to promote gender responsive procurement within the South African procurement system and empower South African women? We have heard already the preceding two speakers mentioning equity and mentioning local content, and especially Mr. Pillai was referring to the fact that the bill in its current form risks damaging women and their entrepreneurial effort. Now, what very briefly I would like to say before looking in details at the provision of the bill is to look at what is gender procurement and why we need a broader vision than the one presented within the South Africa bill. Because of course the bill, we all know in section 17, chapter 4, section 17 does provide for the possibility to grant preferences to women-owned companies. But gender responsive procurement is more than that and cannot be reduced to granting preference to women at the award stage. So as myself and many others in the literature, first and foremost, and my very dear colleague, Professor Shober Williams Elegbe from the University of Stellenbosch, we have argued in many occasions that public procurement is not gender neutral, and gender blind procurement, that is, procurement that neglects the gender dimension of public purchases, risk compromising gender equality, exacerbating existing inequality. So risk to causing harm to women even, and non-binary person. So for example, public contracts, if they are predominantly awarded to male-owned companies, procurement could further entrench inequality within the economy and within society, undermining the efforts that the women have made. But it's also important to emphasize that gender-blind procurement can have a consequence in terms of responsibility for the procurement entity when, for example, the contractor commits acts of gender-based violence, or employee of the contractor commit acts of gender-based violence. So the risk there is really this risk that gender-blind procurement exacerbate inequalities. So there is a need for due diligence, and initial steps in this respect have been made to the Act. For example, Section 10, 11, and 13 and 16 of the Act do make some reference to due diligence. But as I will explain, and as I've explained in my written submission, these provisions, in my view, do not go far enough the way they could have done. So it is really, the bill is to be commended for the introduction of the due diligence requirement in Section 11. However, it is unclear to what extent this section covers a range of misconducts that could have a negative impact on gender equality. Furthermore, a first reading of the provision suggests that the due diligence obligations are limited to the supplier that has been awarded the contract and fall short of foreseeing a commitment to cover the entire supply chain, which is where violations linked to gender-based violence or other human rights violations are often associated. So, for example, Section 10, paragraph B of Section 10 explicitly states that a procurement official should not use their position or information obtained because of their position to gain an advantage. But it doesn't explain what that advantage is. In my view, the bill should explicitly clarify that should include any type of advantage, including sexual advantages. Section 11 should make clear that when it referred to Section 16 of the bill, this should include violation of business conduct linked to, for example, violation of labor law, violation of security law, another act of gender-based violence that the contractor and the subcontractors have not managed to address throughout the supply chain. But as I was saying, therefore, gender-responsive procurement goes beyond the traditional use of procurement to support women-owned and women-led business. So beyond the 1% that we would usually see as being able to lead a company or to own a company. Gender-responsive procurement goes beyond ownership and leadership. So in this regard, when I look at Chapter 4, Section 17 of the preferential provision, I see some limitation. In which regard? Because it lacks a vision, an holistic vision of gender procurement by looking simply at the ownership of the company. Ultimately, we need to look at procurement as a social, economic empowerment. So to this respect, we need to take a three-step approach, an approach that looks at the impact that the procurement can have on society. So the impact of what we buy on the users of the public goods and the public services. Will the purchase lead to more or less services? Are women worse affected than men by the purchase? So we need to link to gender budgeting and clarify what issues are linked specifically to procurement. Then the second step is to understand the market, how we buy, what obstacles we create when procuring. Are we outsourcing? Are we buying through competitive tender? Are we using negotiating procedures? Are we inviting women-owned companies in this negotiated procedure? Are we making sure that the setup of the procedure does not hamper women? Are we providing adequate time for bidding? Are the qualification requirements too restricting? These are all issues that go beyond the simple preferential treatment, but they can cause obstacles to the participation of women-owned company or companies that have a majority of women in their workforce. and who we buy from. That is when we look at the ownership, the leadership of the company, but also we should look at the composition of the workforce. And we should also look at and reward companies that give better working conditions to women. So in this regard, there are some limitations in the bill that I see that go beyond just looking at Section 17 of the bill. For example, definition of gender. We need a broad notion beyond the binary construction of gender. We need definition of women-owned companies and woman-led companies. We need a definition that embraces the workforce. We need a clear attention and explicit reference to intersectionality so that the criteria, the procurement authority cannot just pick and choose between the criteria, but needs to take careful consideration to the various elements, to the various characteristics that women experience. And then finally, we need data. At the moment, data is quite limited, but there is a specific section on data, so I will return to that. So I was saying Section 17 at the moment is the only provision that fully would be able to take into consideration gender-responsive procurement, yet at the same time, I believe this provision is limited. We need to include clear guidance on the minimum level of preferences. Preferences and set aside should not be limited to woman-owned and woman-led companies, but should include consideration of broader gender issues. For example, should take into account the composition of the workforce. And in this respect, what I've written in my written submission is that maybe we should foresee a system where we enable scaled up preferences depending on the sector where the authority and the supplier operates. And so the sectors that have fewer presence of women-owned and woman-led companies or fewer presence of women in the workforce should be granted higher preferences to make sure that we can encourage and support the efforts of those women that are present on the market. And of course, I know that this can be further specified in the regulation, but as many before me have already emphasized, it would be important to make sure that the legislation already gives clear indication, clear guidance about this. Preferences and set aside should not be limited to woman-owned and woman-led companies, as I was saying, but we should also look at the policies that the companies are implemented to promote, to defend, to protect women. And finally, preferential provision should also include measures linked to social security consideration, especially when we look at foreign companies, for example. And this, I know, is an issue that is often overlooked. Now, other amendments in the Act, for example, I envisage could be beneficial are when we look at Chapter 5, and I'm aware that I've got only 2 minutes left, so I'll try to be very quick on this point. But when we look at Chapter 5, for example, of the Act in Section 25, when we talk about the use of technology, the bill is surely to be commended for the fact that it includes a requirement to analyze and publish data. However, the bill falls short of committing public authorities to collect, analyze, and publish gender disaggregated data. So in this respect, I believe that we really need to collect gender disaggregated data on both the users and the impact of the procurement and on the procurement cycle. So I return to that idea that when we look at gender responsive procurement, we no longer and not simply look at who we buy from, but we look also at the effects that the procurement, that what we buy has on the market. So who is using the public good that we're buying? Who is using the public service that we're buying. We need data, we need information on that as well. And finally, we need clear information on the procurement cycle. And what I mean by that, I mean that we need to go beyond looking simply at who is awarded the contract, but we need data on the market composition, on the participation of the tender. So we need to identify, are women-owned and women-led companies or companies with the majority of the workforce as women participating to a public tender. Or if we look at participation, we will be able to identify if the problem is in the market, if the problem is in the fact that we don't manage to attract women participation within the public marketplace, or if we need to enhance capacities of women to participate. Yes, I'll conclude, absolutely. And then we need data on the award of the contract. And then finally, and I keep here, just one final thing on the dispute resolution, chapter 16, and the composition of the tribunal. I think it's very important that the tribunal, that the bill specifies and should be amended for adding an explicit commitment to diversity and inclusion. At the moment, the bill just talks about the professionalization of the members of the tribunal and their competence, but it doesn't say anything about being representative of the diverse community that is the South African community. And I think that this is very, very important. And with this, I apologize for taking a little bit more time, and I thank you very much for giving me this possibility and chance to talk about gender responsive procurement in South Africa and the bill. Congratulations for the effort, and I very much hope to be able to follow the progress of the bill. And thank you very much for giving me this chance to talk. If you have any questions, this is my email address. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Prof. Anna Maria Lachumia, for your submission. Thanks very much. Let's move to the next stakeholder. Mining Equipment Manufacturers of South Africa, MEMSA. Over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for MEMSA to present on behalf of the mining equipment cluster. If I can be able to screen share. Share the screen. Just want to make sure, is it visible?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. I just want to get it presentation mode.
Okay.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thanks for the opportunity. Just in terms of a bit of background, MEMSA is an industry cluster that was formed in 2016. These are some of the members we represent within the industry, around about 58 members of local OEMs and component manufacturers. And our purpose as an industry cluster is for the manufacturers of mining equipment. We represent, as I said, 58 companies, majority Black-owned companies, and with a minimum of a level 4 BEE. 95% of our members are fully South African owned, and we employ skills and labor from locally. And we also have a lot of innovation that's locally, and we also do a lot of exports. The purpose of our submission is we have a direct impact on two of our member companies, local OEMs, Bell Equipment and Desmond Equipment. Both companies are situated in KZN, one in Richards Bay, the other one in Port Shepstone. And our members are impacted by costs and inefficiencies caused by the current situation within the public procurement space. And ours as an industry cluster is to support the overall objectives of the bill. And the reason for that is also that we have a challenge, obviously, as a country in terms of unemployment levels. And we then propose that the procurement of locally produced goods and services be strongly foregrounded over the next 2 decades. essential that the social and economic good of employment be clearly and explicitly recognized so that the reasonable cost of preferential procurement in favor of locally manufactured goods be recognized as investment with multifaceted payoffs and not be perceived as uneconomical. And I think in this point is where, state procurement goes and say certain components are expensive in South Africa, so it's better off to then buy from outside of South Africa because of price differences. And I think a lot of state-owned entities tend to forget the social impact those decisions that it has on local employment and the spin-offs or thereof. And also to include employment skills development, tax contribution, innovation, and IP development in South Africa, and obviously the impact on the supply chain opportunities for SMMEs and transformation. Let's not also forget the impact that it has on exports. So I'll get to the next slide. In general, as an industry cluster, we support the amendments and finalization process to be expedited as the impact that this bill has in terms of support for localization and obviously the local industry. And we explicitly state that public consultation will form part of the process of developing and finalizing this regulation, we hope, as an input. And our proposal on this professional procurement is that there should be a provision made for procurement of locally produced products that may be applied as a pre-qualifying criterion. And I think some of the other associations have actually highlighted this. For example, through designation, existing designations should remain in place. Procurement of locally manufactured goods should be treated as a priority objective, and the point-based preferential procurement system should ensure relevance. And I think relevance speaks to the issue of looking at, when certain components are said are manufactured locally. And if these places are in the remote areas, well, how would you define locally procured or produced products? And in terms of our proposals regarding monitoring and reporting, we propose that an accessible office should be established for the reporting of transgressions in terms of public procurement, an effective mechanism to rectify and provide consequences for procurement transgressions, transparent monitoring and public reporting mechanisms, and also an industry representative should be included in the tribunal as prescribed in Chapter 6 to provide contextual insight and expertise. And obviously, we coming from the manufacturing sector, and when you talk about manufacturing, there's textiles, there's agro-processing, and we in the mining manufacturing space, we say somehow the whole manufacturing and also looking at mining as a major contributor to the GDP, we should have some contextual insight into the tribunal. And where exceptions or deviations are provided for, we require a transparent reporting on such exemptions, deviations, and also strengthen transparent mechanisms with greater public visibility for establishing the need for such exemptions or deviations. And this is just coming in the back of the fact that, many state-owned entities ask for exemptions and deviations, and some of the industry players are not consulted, and you only find as an after effect that certain exemptions were given, and some of these exemptions on these products are actually available in South Africa and are manufactured locally. So that deviations needs to be strengthened. And again, we're looking at an enabling communication, clearly defined locally produced, and I think I've touched on this earlier on in terms of clearly locally produced, and I think the RSA clusters also spoke about locally produced products, and then stipulate that tender specifications not needlessly exclude local manufacturers or favor one manufacturer over another. And then also ensure that advanced information is provided on significant supply contracts in order to allow for the necessary planning and investment, again, in support of local manufacturers and making sure we create jobs locally. The bill should provide for stronger guidance on the development and application of tools for preferential procurement by organs of state to promote stable, predictable, and relevant procurement practices. And this is also, again, at the moment, organs of state will have their own policies or guidelines, and I think it becomes a bit difficult if, from one municipality to one or to one province to the next, there is no streamlined procurement system. So that streamlining is very important for us as a cluster. And I think with that, I would like to say thank you. And we have also submitted our inputs. And thank you very much, Chair. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Tatemloy, for the submission and trying as much as you can also to save time. We'll also consider your written submission because that's the one which is in detail. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let's move to the next presenter, Stakeholder web corner. You'll have to correct me with the pronunciation, but that's how it is written here. Web corner or we corner?
We corner. Thank you, Chair.
What does it stand for, Madam?
Women Economic Assembly.
Oh, okay. Oh, over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Allow me to humbly apologize. I'm unable to show my video due to power challenges, and I wish to make a request to the host to please share my presentation, which I've sent to them. I think in the interest of time, Chair, while the host is looking into my presentation, oh, there you go. I am representing the Women's Economic Assembly under the NSP on GBVF Pillar 5 on economic power, 5.1 to be exact. With that said, Chair, without wasting any more time, I move on to my second slide, where I really appreciate the opportunity, especially being tasked to represent WICONA. Today, we delve into the realm of the public procurement bill and, of course, its potential to empower women. And our focus is on the bill, which aims to include preferences for disadvantaged groups. We move on to the next page, host. With regards to our public comments, allow me, before I proceed further, to emphasize how crucial it is to highlight the collaborative efforts behind these recommendations, where the Women's Economic Assembly, UN Women, and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and other organizations aligned to our objectives have joined forces to promote gender-responsive procurement. We move on to the President's commitment, where he made a commitment of 40% public contracts for women-owned businesses, which is very ambitious. However, the reality that we are faced with is that only a meager 3% of public contracts to women-owned businesses are awarded. With this visionary goal of allocating the 40% of public contracts to women-owned businesses, we need to ensure that this gap is closed, as it is currently unjust and it needs to be addressed. May we explore why women-owned businesses have been receiving a mere 3% of public contracts. The structural barriers play a significant role, but we also have an opportunity to address this through a strengthened legal framework that uses procurement as a powerful tool for advancing gender equality. So we emphasize and urge that we focus on the strengthening of the legal framework and, of course, the procurement as a tool for gender equality. Moving on to section 17 of the bill. Now, in delving into this section is pivotal as it outlines the protection and advancement of disadvantaged groups, including women. It also addresses subcontracting and economic development. We need to look at the protection or advancement of the disadvantaged persons, the defining of women-owned business. We need to go more and elaborate more on in terms of what exactly does this mean. And the third point, subcontracting as a bid condition. And then, of course, advancing transformation and economic development. Defining women-owned businesses is essential for the success of the preferential procurement framework. We need to discuss whether this definition should include Black women exclusively or encompass women of all races. International standards and certification processes also offer valuable insights on this. We need to look into the importance of a clear definition, inclusivity, international standards, and the role of certification. From a recommendations point of view, Chair, we need to, in terms of moving forward, we present a set of recommendations, and these include considerations for joint ownership, phased set-asides, mandatory subcontracting, and also using gender as a tiebreaker in procurement evaluation. First recommendation is looking into joint ownership and control, striking the right balance. The second one, phased approach to set-asides. The third one, mandatory subcontracting to women-owned businesses, and then leveraging gender as a tiebreaker. Further general recommendations that we wish to share with yourselves is that these are also equally crucial. We emphasize acknowledging intersectionality, establishing clear gender integration rules, enhancing institutional and policy frameworks, and adopting inclusive evaluation criteria. The first recommendation is that we need to acknowledge intersectionality, have clear rules for gender integration, enhance institutional and policy framework, and have inclusive evaluation criteria. From building onto the previous slide, we continue with recommendations that also include applying a gender lens to service delivery using gender as a tiebreaker, implementing strategic sourcing with a gender perspective, and raising advocacy and awareness. We need to look into the gender lens in service delivery, strategic sourcing, and gender advocacy as an awareness. And this is where I will allow, Chair, but then I guess we don't have time in terms of questions. However, from the loopholes, if I may, we have submitted a written presentation, which is more detailed. We need to know and look into the ambiguity in preferential points calculation. We need to look into the lack of enforcement mechanisms. And also from a further recommendations point of view, we need to have transparent calculation guidelines, strengthened enforcement, inclusive capacity building, and of course, private sector engagement, plus dispute resolution mechanisms. With that said, thank you very much. My contact details are not on the screen, but the host has them. Thank you so much for your time, Chair.
Malibongwe. Thanks very much. Madam Mahadi Buthelezi for the presentation and saving time. Then who's next? Joint Strategic Resource, JSR.
Hello, Chair. Okay, I think maybe I'll be able to share the screen now. Yeah, my name's Professor Jonathan Claren. My apologies for the quality of the video and then perhaps the audio. Just trying to, okay, there's the screen sharing able to begin. Okay, so yeah, I'm a member of the JSR and appreciate this opportunity to make an oral presentation on the submission that we've made jointly to the Standing Committee on Finance. So I'll just, there we are. The first part of the submission, it's going to be, it will be brief. We've only got 5 slides here, is really to explain who and what is the JSR. It's an abbreviation for the Joint Strategic Resource. So really it comes historically from an episode, a part of the episode of the drafting of this bill that is in front of you. The team itself, the JSR, was put together by the task team at NEDLAC in order to provide expert advice on the draft public procurement statute that was being considered there in NEDLAC prior to its introduction into Parliament. That was for a period of several months in 2022. So the task team asked if some experts effectively, also with NGO and university positions, could participate in the NEDLAC process there. So the personnel that was included came from APLU, which is actually hosting the conference I'm at the moment, Stellenbosch, Corruption Watch Perry, the Public Affairs Research Institute, and WITS. You see the names of the persons there. I think what's important to emphasize here is we very much appreciated the opportunity in the JSR to work with the colleagues at NEDLAC and with the colleagues in National Treasury in order to play a constructive role in the reform of South Africa's public procurement system. There's some expertise of both hard law and soft law in the JSR around drafting of legal instruments. We're able to do policy analysis of public comments and research publications, very much relating them to the sphere of the public procurement system, as well as participation in government structures such as Standing Committee, NEDLAC, etc. I'll go to my next slide. Right, so there's effectively 4 points to make here, Chair. The first is, and very happy, of course, to be taking questions afterwards. So in our view, it's unfortunate that the tabled bill is not really clear on some of the key constitutional questions that it needs to grapple with. And these are very difficult ones. But we do feel it's important to put these questions and issues and views forward in order to try to get better clarity. So the first bit of unclarity here is whether the bill sees procuring institutions or the National Treasury as effectively the first mover in setting up the public procurement policy that a procuring institution itself would be using to engage in contracting. This is an important policy question. It has a constitutional dimension as well. So where you see this in the bill, and you can see this further in our written submission, is in the tension, ambiguity, perhaps even going to the level of contradiction between Section 8 and Section 18. That's unclear there. So this dynamic, this repeats, actually, I'm afraid to say, the current problems and lack of clarity in the system. So one of the really good things about this bill, and part of why we need it and need it urgently, is because it is putting, at least on some kind of statutory footing, the public procurement system as a whole. However, this dynamic is actually basically being repeated, the problematic dynamic in the text of the bill. So the same problem occurs in a smaller form or a more encapsulated form in Section 17. And here I'm not actually talking about the substantive policy part, but I'll get to that in a minute, but this point about competence. So one thing we really need this bill to do is to precisely locate the legal authority of determining a procuring institution's procurement policy. And I'm afraid the bill is not giving a clear answer there. And the risks, therefore, that are being run are implementation without parliamentary direction or design and court challenges. Okay, I'm concerned about or mindful of the time, so let me move on to the substantive policy part. Effectively, this is, as a number of your presenters already have spoken to, section 17 of the bill, but we're taking it from the constitutional angle rather than the precisely local content or gender responsive procurement angles. Although I think actually our presentation is quite consistent with most of the views thus far. Okay, so targeted, or in the South African terminology, preferential policy, is essentially or conceptually about, firstly, measures. So for instance, when the fashion industry, or I think I got that industry right, was speaking about pre-qualifications, that's a measure. It's about measures, and then also about target groups or target objectives, like women or Black-owned businesses, for instance, local content. Those are the target groups or the objectives, so the means and the ends, effectively. So what we need is for this bill to actually specify the measures and really go beyond preference, which it does, and that's one of the advantages of this bill. It needs to specify those measures and then align them in this key provision of section 17 with the second part, with the targeted groups or objectives. That needs to be beyond, it needs to give some kind of matrix, some sort of understanding of what those groups or objectives might be, those targets, to use that terminology, in terms of local production or content. We think it should be including local production content and sustainable development. So those two have to be put together. Now, the Constitution gives a framework, a standard for that. It calls it a framework in 2173. It says national legislation, this bill, must establish a framework. Now, our concern is that section 17 is not clear enough, does not set out the kinds of standards or concepts that assist in implementation, in the difficult work of actually designing and running the public procurement system, and particularly the policies for the procuring institutions. And thus, as currently drafted, appears to fall short of the constitutional framework standard. There, at least, you could compare the provision that we drafted in the JSR bill, which is available as Appendix C of the NEDLAC report. You may also compare here the Perry comment, which has a revision of section 17. Third substantive point of the four is around the constitutional principles. So this really goes into the vision of the JSR, which is, we really think this bill is an opportunity to take those constitutional principles, those big five constitutional principles in 217 of the Constitution, and to put them into the statute such that the public procurement system is guided at a lower level of specificity, at a more operational and implementational level, but still connected to the Constitution and connected through the statute rather than through court action and litigation. So the idea here is really putting the constitutional principles, not just taking the five principles, but to operationalize them, give them some content. Now, if you do that, having some clear procurement principles at the level of statute would really allow for and enable effective and strategic action, the kind of action that I think the industry reps, for instance, are calling for, as well as the professional reps and the gender responsive commentators also. That kind of effective and strategic action by procuring institutions in order to have a coordinated approach across government without principles that can serve as a kind of common platform in a statute, you're just not going to have that kind of whole of government coordination. You never get it perfectly, but at least the bill can do much more, we feel, towards enabling that. Examples of what we mean here are the JSR Bill Section 2A, that's purpose of interpretation, not as a constitutional matter, but in the statute, as a statutory matter, and also including the range of procurement methods, as most procurement statutes do. Yes, so putting those kinds of principles in the bill allows for both redress and for sustainable development and economic development going forward. Okay, my last slide is moving away from the constitutional level and into regulatory alignment or legislative alignment. This is understanding that, sorry, do I have another minute, Chair?
Yeah, you can round up, Prof.
Okay, yeah, rounding up, last slide. Thank you, Chair. It's just the point at the level of statutes that if you look at the other bills that the Parliament has passed, PFMA, MFMA, for instance, this bill fits into those and will need to align with them. However, in our view, there's really a poor fit. So instead of, as this bill is doing, more or less imposing upon the accounting officers' authorities, they should be allowed to develop and implement their procurement policy through the bill. So around the objectives of the bill and through the principles embedded in the bill. That's one point. And the other is, which is linked to this, is, and we developed this more fully in our submission, but whilst this bill has moved during NEDLAC and post-NEDLAC, and the drafters of it have been responsive, it continues to follow what we identified as an administrative or purchasing paradigm rather than a strategic paradigm. So one place one sees this clearly is in the numerous provisions that are to be implemented by instructions, which leads to one of the problems, the confusing detail and diversity of law in this field, leads to less compliance, and then, as the last bullet point says, actually undermines one of the core objects of this bill, which is to reduce fragmentation, to create a single coherent regulatory framework. But we're afraid that the over-reliance upon instructions, it actually undermines that objective. Chair, thank you very much. I think we're going into questions, but we'll stay available, and we're available, of course, to assist even beyond these 40 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Prof, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Colleagues, members of Standing Committee, there are the first round of submissions. Now is the time for committee members' engagement with the stakeholders. Members, clarity, seeking questions, comments. Honorable Manye, over to you. And Honorable Abraham.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, let me welcome all these presentations. I think they are all well prepared. But I'm going to give a brutal response, brutal but honest response to these presentations. I think maybe with the exception of MEMSA, a common thing right across them, these presentations, is almost a amnesia of a South Africa that we live in, a South Africa that was ravaged by colonialism and apartheid. And therefore, presentations that seem to forget that colonialism and apartheid had a very strong race element that ensured that African people in particular are on the receiving end. So these legislations cannot be dealt with call it just a complete, people just give themselves latitude to forget that there's a race element on this thing. By the way, the Constitution is very clear on the Equality Clause, Section 9, subsection 5, that the issue of race discrimination, to the extent that it seeks to achieve equality, it is allowed. So I'm disappointed that these presentations seem to forget a fundamental clause of equality. Race equality must emphasize the substantive race equality that the Constitution of our country enshrines. So I'm going to go through them very quickly, these presentations one by one, but this is an overarching observation that I have. For instance, if you look at Saika, Saika's presentation is couched in all legalese of governance and all of that, and efficiencies and all of that. But hidden in the Saika's presentation is a realization, or rather not taking into account the issue of that when you talk about overpricing in the context of not understanding that there has to be a level of premium that is paid in the black suppliers, that you're just being naive, because black companies can never compete with white companies. By the way, I hate using the term black and white. I prefer African and Caucasian, but be that as it Chairperson, sorry, I'm using a phone. Oh, shucks. Chairperson, sorry, Chairperson, sorry, I'm using a phone here, so when calls come in, they just interrupt. I don't have Wi-Fi where I am. Yeah, so I'm just using data. So I'm using a phone here, so when calls come, they interrupt, but sorry. So Saika, for instance, they talk about overpricing and value for money, and they actually, in the same sentence as it was. So for them, value for money is a serious pricing issue. And I want to suggest that the Chairperson, we note their view, but that view is not progressive because it's not going to take us forward. I would like to appeal to Saika to define value for money, excluding price. Then we are talking. We'll deal as legislators here with the issue of pricing, and we'll deal with it here, the issue of premium. That I think needs to be part of the mix, as it were. But I would want to challenge Saika to define value for money, excluding price. So I'll leave it at that. And I must, my star performer here, Chairperson, with this presentation, I must admit it must be Atasa. Atasa was very clear about identifying what are the problems, identifying exactly what is it that needs to be done. In fact, the issue of the pre-qualification that they talked to is an issue which was used by the courts in the outlawing of the 2017 regulations of PPPFA, that all these pre-qualifications were not in the law. So what I'm hearing Atasa to be saying is that contrary to what other people want to put everything in regulations, Atasa has risen to the occasion to understand that even the courts of this land are saying you can't have anything on the regulations that has not been enabled in the law. So I think that Atasa is on point to say the issue of pre-qualification for localization must be in this law, not as a by the way. It must be a central piece. And also noting, Chairperson, that public procurement focuses purely on 30% of the economy. We haven't even begun to talk about the 70% of the economy, which is run by private sector. So for the state also not to use localization as a pre-qualification, it defeats the whole thing. So I think I really enjoyed the ATASA recommendations, and I would appeal to the drafters in our space to make sure that they capture ATASA's submission very well. The RSA cluster, for instance, I just found that presentation to be more commentary, to be honest. I just found it to be more commentary, nothing really concrete. There's more critique about what the bill is not doing. I've listened very carefully to hear what exactly then should the bill be doing. I just couldn't find anything. Maybe I missed it. Maybe RSA cluster can say something there, but I just found a lot of general commentary and all of that. It's fine. We note all the commentaries, but what are you suggesting? Are there any three things that you say the bill must then do to deal with some of your critique? I just didn't find anything from RSA cluster. On the gender, is it Prof. Anna Marie? On the gender thing, presentation, I beg your pardon, I mustn't say gender thing, gender presentation, which I welcome very much. I think the issue of gender is very important. But again, this lacks significantly lacks the South African understanding, that presentation. And the understanding in South Africa is that Black women, Africans in particular, unapologetically so, are the people that have been worst affected. So for the presentation to focus on a whole range of other issues on gender, but completely silent about the issue of the African agenda, completely silent about the issue of the Black women. I'm disappointed by that presentation. The way I see it, also coming from an international player, I just see a strategy, by the way, a strategy because in South Africa, the 70 or 80% of the economy is run by a private sector, which is white male dominated. So all I'm hearing here is that Professor Anna Marie says, okay, let the wives and the children of the current white owners be the ones now, their women children and their wives, let them be the ones that are getting these opportunities. This is what I'm hearing in the absence of a clear, unapologetic Black agenda from this gender bias, which leads me to weak corner. With weak corner, I was hoping that weak corner is going to build from Prof. Anna Marie and be very direct. But again, weak corner also takes the same gender without and they actually ask a question, and you would expect that weak corner is the one organization that was going to be clear, unapologetic, unambiguous, and say that Black women, Africans in particular, who constitute the majority of the population of South Africa in any event, who are the worst affected in the value chain of oppression, should therefore be first up. But even weak corner is dilly-dallying about this thing, is just being boardroom, is being tea and biscuit about it. You know, they're talking boardroom politics on a very serious issue here. So I'm disappointed with that. And I would encourage weak corner to be much more bullish about this. If weak corner can't do it, then who must do it? So there's no weak corner here without focusing on the Black agenda. So I would encourage weak corner to be less strategic, less diplomatic about this thing. We haven't got time for this diplomacy now. People must be direct. Black women are in trouble. African women in particular are in trouble. So people like weak corner must rise to the occasion. Lastly, Chair, on the last presentation, again, JSR, I also just found a lot of English there, to be honest. A lot of English. I don't know, I don't hear what JSR is saying, what exactly must happen here. At one point, they accuse the whole project of not, of lacking legal authority. Yet, you can see that JSR has looked at Section 217 of the Constitution. So I don't know what is this legal authority they are looking for, because if you look at Section 217, subsection 3 of the Constitution is a directive. So exactly what is it that JSR is looking for? So I just found, to be honest, just a lot of complicated English that came from JSR. I don't know what exactly that they say must happen. In fact, if I look at it in context, it's almost like we can take another 10 years. It's almost like a delaying strategy to just tie us into knots of English jargon and all of that, but absolutely nothing concrete on the table, Chairperson. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Enkosi, Honorable Manya. Noxie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Much appreciated. I'll just disappear a bit from the video camera so that I save on the load shedding that we're going through right now. Chair, let me just join the Honorable Member Manyi in welcoming all the presentations. And I think I also picked up that the various stakeholders are addressing issues that have already been addressed in the bill. However, I do not blame them, because in its form, the bill is transformational. However, Chair, I do have some clarities. For instance, from Saika, I heard them speak about issues of capacity building and how the bill should address issues of skills. And I think when it comes to the procurement, I am not sure whether Saika is saying there should be a specific qualification for people working in the procurement section. I just wanted clarity on that, so that as we deal with Treasury, and Treasury has to respond to these things, we are also clear on what the stakeholders are saying. ATASA, for example, ATASA is also talking to issues of localization, which the bill deals with. And for me, this is very important. But I think as stakeholders, at some point, we should come up with some mechanism that will assist government in terms of ensuring that whatever we do in procurement stays local. Where it comes to, I think there were two organizations. There was an individual professor and a structure that spoke to issues of gender responsive procurement bill. And I think I can just fault one thing with the presentation of the professor, that we do not have to compromise when we speak gender issues on raising women issues. Because when we talk gender discrimination, it is almost like racial discrimination. And if we talk gender discrimination and we don't talk women emancipation, it's like talking liberation and not talking about the liberation of Black people in particular. And my last point, Chair, when it comes to talking about how the procurement bill should be preferential to all the issues that have been raised, which I do not have a problem with, I want the stakeholders to address us on the issue of fronting, for example. because the current government is seeking to be people-centered. And therefore, we need to hear from women themselves. If women are saying that the president did put it out there, that there should be an inclination towards 40% preference towards women. And that is not happening. What could be the problem? Because you'll find that in some instances, government departments count the preferential procurement towards women or favoring women. And yet, if it doesn't happen that way on the ground, what is it that is happening? Who is posing as a woman and is not? And who, when it comes to issues of Black empowerment, is posing as a Black person and is not? And in that, the portfolio committee needs you as stakeholders to work with us so that in the process of working together, we are able to oversight or strengthen oversight over government departments. Thank you, Chair. I'll pause there.
Enkosi. Honorable Mabeletsa, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just greet now before I close my video and continue. And firstly, I would like to support what the Honorable Abrams has just said now. I'm going to comment about that to support the local manufacturers. We know that when local manufacturers are being supported, it will encourage innovation and it will improve and their skills and also job creation. That is the main issue. We know that most of the factories have been affected by COVID, and some they were closed long time ago. I mean, we've got factories in Hammanskraal that are not working. We've got factories in Ga-Rankuwa that are not working. But then, if we support local manufacturers, I think these factories, some of them will be opened and they will be used again. That, for me, is the main issue, because as we are sitting here across the country, we just want to make sure that job creation is done, everything is done locally. And that I was encouraged. I think it's three stakeholders who were really putting more emphasis about local manufacturers that should be considered. For me, I think I really would like to see that happening. And also, of course, and women will be having their own factories and they will be encouraged to do that. And also, you know, SMMEs, I think there should be a way that should be done so that they are trained, so that they are able to participate in this public procurement bill. Thank you, Chair. I think for me, that is it. Local manufacturers should be supported. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mabeletsa. Dr. George.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and thanks very much to all the presenters today. It does take a lot of effort to put together comprehensive presentations on legislation like this that is very comprehensive and requires a lot of thought, and also for us as a committee to give a lot of thought to this as well. It's very important legislation. So thank you to everybody for doing that. I do appreciate the various perspectives that you have brought, especially if we remind ourselves of our very fine constitution that encourages different perspectives, different views, and that's what makes South Africa the great democracy that it's going to be becoming. So thanks very much for that. On the issue of value for money, it's very clear, we'll see this in the next couple of weeks, that the government has not been able to encourage the growth that was projected in the budget in February. We're not going to get growth anywhere near that, which means that we're going to have a massive revenue shortfall. And there are many ways to address that, which obviously this is not the point of the committee, But the key point is that government has limited money. It is not a bottomless pit of money, and very difficult choices are required. And that is why it is very important that government spends efficiently. Yes, it needs to take into consideration several other factors, because government procurement is in fact a mechanism for improving society and moving us in a better and more conducive, into a more conducive future where more people can participate in our economy. So that, I think, is pretty, it's pretty obvious. But obviously on the issue of value for money, government cannot, and the people of South Africa, never mind the taxpayers, which everybody is because everybody pays VAT, but the most vulnerable and the poorest South Africans cannot have a situation where a government does not efficiently manage the money and then it sucks out money from the system, the public system, and then creates a situation where government is unable to provide the social support that it should. And then you have people in our country, which is actually a rich country, that are literally starving. They are starving because efficiency is not there. So I think we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture. There's no bottomless pit of money. There's no such thing. And efficiency needs to be found. So that's the balance that is required. And value for money is essential, because if government wastes its money through the tenderpreneurs that we've seen and the absolute wastage of millions and millions spent on projects where virtually nothing is delivered, that is not acceptable. And I think that must not be lost sight of. That is a comment I wanted to make, in addition to thanking all the presenters. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. George. I think we're done with the first round of questions. Saika, a minute. Do you want to clarify issues that have been raised about your presentation?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members for the questions. I think if I can come to Honorable Mani, in terms of value for money and removing pricing or overpricing. So that first slide that I did share is information that comes from the AD. So it's not something that Saika has identified. And I think as a profession, we do acknowledge the transformation that needs to take place within the country to ensure that we can progress and move forward. And it impacts a majority of the population. So when we speak to value for money, we do indicate that it is that government receives the services and goods that they paid for. And that's, if that is not delivered, then consequences need to be taken. So we look at it from that point of view. I think, Honorable Abraham, in terms of qualifications, we've noted that government has approved the professionalization framework. Procurement is critical, and I think one of the most critical areas is the head of procurement should have some knowledge. There should be a qualification or some sort of training available. For individuals who are already working in procurement for a long time, what we're saying is that those individuals need to just be trained in terms of the compliance processes and the procurement skills that are required to get them to a level to ensure that they are able to apply the procurement legislation and ensure that procurement works as it should be working within government. Thank you, members.
Thanks, Saika. Atasa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the honourable members for their comments on the Atasa presentation. I don't think there was any questions or anything that we needed to answer. So if I could just add that what is missing from the legislation is also a direct reference to labour compliance. or proof of labor compliance. It's again being referred to regulations and not being included in the legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Atasa. RSA Cluster Group.
Thank you to the honourable members for the questions that have been asked. I agree with the comment from Honourable Mani, who commented that we perhaps are giving just more of a broader perspective. It has to be. We have a real fear is that we are sitting around a table talking and we're not doing. And I think the challenge that we sit with here is that we can start today. It's not something that we have to wait for tomorrow. We actually need just to be able to make sure that businesses can move forward and do what they need to do. We are not interested in whether they are where they come from and what they look like. And the fact is, at this point in time, we don't have time to sit and talk about a whole range of issues. We need to focus on how do we fire up the engine, which is our manufacturing sector, properly, by making sure that they're getting the work that needs to be done out, and that the money's coming in, and that the whole financial mechanism continues to actually roll. So we need to prioritize what our actions are going forward. And our proposal, quite simply, is that when we start looking at this environment in procurement, we need to have the ability to talk to each other. And we believe that working in your industrial, at your municipal level is going to become very, very important for individual companies to start making deals with local government at a level where everybody understands their environment and the circumstances, and we can start doing things that can progress very quickly when we've got close relationships at that level. Thank you.
Thanks, RSA. Prof. Shemia. It's like we have lost here. Memza Ntate.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I would like to thank the committee members for their questions and input. And I think from our side, one thing that we'd like also to highlight is, again, coming back to the issue of local content and local manufacturing. You know, the guidelines for local content, I think, you know, people might say there isn't that much guideline. But if one looks at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area guidelines for what local content speaks to, those guidelines are quite important, especially also taking advantage of what we have as a country from a manufacturing perspective and the capacity that we have to embrace the opportunities that are coming beyond. But I think for the purposes of the local buy within the public sector, those guidelines within the Africa Continental Free Trade areas are very good and they can be used. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thanks, Ntate. Madam Maad Butelet, we corner.
Thank you, Chair. And a big thank you to the honourable members, committee members. I think, Chair, if I may just also point and thinking, you know, all the inputs and the comments and questions from the committee, is that this procurement policy is truly a lever for the government to drive redistribution in a country with a history of racial, economic, political, and social discrimination. So, Ntate Manyi, I fully hear you. We will take that back and re-strategize accordingly. The procurement bill marks a significant stride as well towards advancing the involvement of women-owned businesses in the realm of public procurement. However, while it demonstrates a commendable commitment to fostering gender equality and economic empowerment, it's crucial to address the prevailing challenges and potential loopholes. And as an example, these are the challenges: early implementation stage. The bill's infancy may present challenges in terms of its clarity, execution strategy, and potential operational hurdles, limited awareness, and also issues of capacity constraints and resistance to preferential procurement from certain quarters towards preferential procurement for women-owned businesses, where they overcoming this resistance will require tailored strategies. However, we have taken all the notes made and points made, and we accept. We will go back to the drawing board. And what is critical for us is to sit around the table, work with yourselves, and be able to come up with winning strategies. Thank you, Chair. Hello, Chair.
Yeah, I had
Thank
a problem of a glitch here. Thanks, Madam Mahad. JSR, Prof. Claren.
Sure. So I think thank you to the members of the committee for the questions there. Sorry, it may be a bit noisier here. This public procurement policy conference is getting buzzing right now. I think there might be 2 points to make. The first is Mr. Manyi was reminding the meeting of the centrality of race within the South African experience of equality. And we didn't put that into the presentation, but certainly in our submission and our other work, I think he was specifically talking about Section 9 and the way that the Constitutional Court has and will continue to interpret Section 9, and Section 217 indeed makes that connection. So I think that's accepted. That redress for past imbalances and apartheid, etc., is part and parcel of that thrust. That's the first point. The second is, and it really relates to that, because as part of the redress and preferential procurement, some of the other questions from committees have mentioned the importance of local manufacturing, have mentioned the importance of Black women, and also questions of intersectionality there. So, and this is the last point, is the important issue that we are identifying in Section 17 is that, and certainly there is no suggestion from the JSR that there is not the legal authority to address the problems that Section 17 addresses, and indeed the whole bill. I should be clear that that was not our intended communication at all. Rather, what we are saying is that in terms of legal authority, that this section of this bill does not clearly define and place that legal authority in the organs of state. And basically, it's your job as the standing committee to take that authority from the Constitution, put it into the statute, and allow for the actors in the public procurement system to thrash out and continue and define and determine these difficult questions of intersectionality, the relationship between local manufacturing, redress for Black women. Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to be clear at this point. But thanks very much. And yeah, it's a continuing dialogue, and appreciate the chance for participation and interaction. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof, for your input. Just making okay, I was reading something on the chat here. Let's proceed to the next item. We proceed with the public hearings submissions. 4.1, Sanele Komo. Sorry if I didn't pronounce it properly. Sanele, over to you.
Good day, good morning. Good morning to the members of the legislature, National Parliament. My name is Sanele Komo. Thanks, Chair. You said it very well. I know we have Komo in Gauteng, but it's Sanele Komo. Thank you. My name is, as the Chair have said, I'm currently head of supply chain in one of the municipalities, Yonumgen. We submitted our comment, our projects, our comments, if you allow me, Chair. I'll also switch off my camera. So let's okay. Yeah, try and save the pen. Says we submitted our comments. It's a very long list of comments, but I think what we'll do, we'll touch based on the more straightforward comments that were highlighted throughout the table, even though we'll not highlight all of them because of the time constraint. My colleagues that we work with in this comment is Mrs. Netlanhla Molefe from Provincial Treasury in KZN. She was also participating in a personal capacity together with Advocate Nandi Pantaluba, who also joined us to come and work on these comments, because we also felt that there are a lot of indications, or there are a lot of inputs that we need to put in terms of this process. We highly appreciate the process that was started by the legislature, the parliament, to involve us as the public and also as the stakeholders in the field to say something in these new developments that are currently being established. So what we wanted to also highlight is that we would highly appreciate if the public procurement bill will draw a lot of inspiration into the court cases that have been in the domain or that are currently, fielding the literature space, because, there's a lot that has been said by courts during the implementation of the previous SCM practices that were adopted in 2003. And somehow we do feel that there is probably a lack of consideration of those. But on my end, I will focus mostly on the fragmentation of the system itself, because I am a practitioner and this affects my practices direct. So one of the things that one was very worried when we were speaking with the colleagues is that if you define any a term in the legislation, you give that terminology a power to do something. And if you do not define that terminology in the legislation, it render that terminology powerless. So if you look at the legislation, chapter 1, section 1.1, there is a terminology that was defined, instruction. And what is worrying is that it is defined as a term or as an action that can only be taken by the Public Procurement Office that is going to be established by this legislation. But if you read through the legislation or the draft legislation, you can realize that this body is only going to be established at National Treasury. So if you also read the powers that are are given to the provincial treasuries, you can see that subsection 2 in chapter 2 gives provincial treasuries powers to issue binding instructions. But the question now remains, where are these instructions of provincial treasuries defined in the legislation? Now you are creating a situation that actually was the situation that affected the 2017 regulations, where the minister ended up overreaching or overstepping his mandate by issuing the 2017 regulation. So if you work with this document as it is, treasuries may find themselves having a difficulty to explain where actually are their powers defined in terms of issuing the binding legislative instructions. So we felt that let us put forward, because this will fragment the system and may lead to no change to what the current situation is. Moving on, the establishment of the Public Procurement Office. So understandably, I still remain with the provincial treasuries on this one, because the provincial treasuries, they work hand in hand with the current office of the Chief Procurement Officer. They provide similar services or similar function as the national OCPO, as much as they may not provide other issues that may only be allocated to be sorted out by the current OCPO. But at the provincial level, they provide in a significant magnitude same support to the delegated institutions like municipalities and provincial institutions, including entities, the same service. So why this office is not also mirrored in a provincial treasury space? We are not saying they should have equal powers. Obviously, the legislation and the regulations may be the competence of National Treasury, but why is this office not mirrored in each provincial treasury to provide certain similar services, as they already have been given some of the functions to do and to assist some of the delegated institutions? So we propose that similar office be established at provincial treasuries level, so that they can also assist in terms of reducing the backlog that is faced by National Treasury. Because if I can tell the standing committee now that how many inquiries, request for advice that we write to National Treasury, and we get it back for like 2 months, 3 months later, or maybe don't even get a response, you'd be shocked. So it then begs to the fact that National Treasury may not be in a position to highly centralize these functions to themselves, because they may also still render the system fragmented and not be able to assist and create a backlog and the blockages of service delivery that is much needed. So one of the things also that we also as the colleague had a view or taken a different view of is that the bill itself, drafted by the colleagues at National Treasury, does seem to create a lot of hand-holding exercise, in a sense that the provincial treasuries are not in a position of making the determination themselves. So we are saying there are things that the bill should at least let go, because the provincial treasuries are equally capable, and they have been doing them in their current establishment. Because looking at this provision, let's say if a provincial treasury is of the view that the procurement policy applied by the procuring institution, which is the municipality or municipal entity in its province, does not comply with the provision of this act, provincial treasury may, after consulting with the PPO, review such policy, advise the institution on amendment. So this is a hand-holding exercise that is unnecessary. Well, firstly, the provincial treasuries do not deal with only the municipalities. So if this chapter 2, section 6.4 only confines provincial treasury into municipalities, it creates an element which looks like they are not allowed to charge their functions that are conferred to them, and they must wait for the National Treasury's office to give them a go-ahead. If I can advise the colleague that, while I was still a treasurer, we reviewed tons of policies during the review of bulk policies when the PPFA regulations were amended. So if we were to apply this method, it will tell you that we wouldn't have done anything. So we proposed a different approach into this section, which is written in bold here. It says, if a provincial treasury is of the view that the procurement policy applied by the procuring institution in its province does not comply with provision of this act, the provincial treasury may review such policy and advise the institution on amendments. So if you read into this one compared to the original one, you can see that we've removed municipalities and municipal entities because you don't want to limit the capacity of treasuries to those only institutions. And we also we removed the consultation with National Treasury as a mandatory. We can only, the provincial treasuries can only do that if there is a need. So moving on, I think also highlighting, while still on this fact, it is important to highlight that I think the Treasury has ignored the importance of professionalizing SCM, and now they are creating an environment where they are not sure if these new developments, if they could be implemented properly. So I think that also comes to the point which I think the colleagues from Saika have raised, to try and create the professional environment that is specifically for procurement practitioners. So one of the things that are moving on to the issue of time is the issue which is referred to the persons of interest when it comes to empowerment. I think one of the things that we need to also consider to the members of the legislature is that the definition of Black has always been an issue, a thorny issue, and an elephant in the room. So what needs to happen here is definitely to consider what I think Justice Madlanga, when they were addressing the issue of a court case between Sekelika and the National Treasury, that the Parliament itself missed a golden opportunity to deal with the issue of Black people Black empowerment of Africans. So I think the definition of Black that is referred to in the legislation or in the draft legislation that say we must refer to the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Act is still going to create troubles. It's still going to create problems for the general public. We currently at the procurement level are unable to empower Black people, Africans in particular, because the legislation does not permit us to do that. I think if I think my colleagues on the call from outside would know that as and when we watch Parliament, we always see that there is this gap where there's an indication that Black people, Africans in particular, must be defined independently from colored and Indians, so that we can be able to deal with the intended target whenever we want to empower. I'm not saying we should be discriminative, but the important part is that we should face reality and be able to be in a position of saying, this is who we are dealing with. And in any case, it's not necessarily that we're only going to be dealing with Black Africans only when we are dealing with empowerment, but it's important to be able to define an individual person in line, as if you look at in terms of the employment processes when they apply for job. So one of the things when I'm close to closing is that the fragmentation that is created by this bill is also in terms of prescribing the procurement threshold. We propose that section 18(1)(e) be removed in the document because Currently, if you look at the municipal SCM regulations that were gazetted in 2005, they are creating a serious fragmentation and a lack of service delivery because they are only stuck to 200,000 as a maximum quotation process, and anything above that you must go for an open tender process, which is a very lengthy process. On the PFMA environment, you are buying a quotation on 1 million rand. It tells you that the other space is realizing the environment, the economy, that you can no longer buy anything with 200,000 of substance. So we request that the threshold should not be prescribed by way of regulations, but they should be prescribed by way of instructions at least, so that it can be a matter of moving with the times. Whenever there is flexibility in the economy and there's economic growth realizing, we can always increase the threshold or decrease the threshold without consulting the minister. Every procurement institution, procuring institution must establish a procurement unit. The challenge with this section is simple. The bill does not say where does this unit get to be established. The challenge that we face currently as practitioners is that we're established under the CFO's office, and the CFOs will always tell you that they never study SCM in school. They don't understand what is expected. So we become a stepchild for the remainder of your employment. So we want the bill to be very clear and specific that this office must be established directly under the supervision of the accounting officer, on the basis also that we also are working largely with the accounting officers anyway. So any practitioner would tell you that they receive a phone call from the accounting officers more than they will receive a phone call from the CFO. So that tells you that the misalignment is there. And I think we need to also, while dealing with this point, understand that we may also have to redefine the whole procurement concept, because if it remains a financial management issue, it then creates that fragmentation that we should be established when under the office of the CFO. But we should be realistic that this is more of a service delivery concern. It's more of a service delivery element than anything. So then you have to you establish an independent body in the institution that is called procurement. Now, one of the things that I'll consider to present to this committee for consideration is that the establishment of tribunal is not necessarily going to assist in this form, because currently my previous role was heading policy, transversal policies in SCM and tribunal, and I can tell you that the current bulk or the current load that is received by the tribunal in KZN alone is also very, very difficult to manage. What would happen if this central body that is called a tribunal is established only a treasury to oversee approximately 800 procuring institution that produces 2 million transactions? It will never work. And I can tell you, each and every transactions in the municipality, almost 90% of them are always up for a tribunal challenge. So those are the code-based institutions that are closer to the service delivery and are closer to the community. So it will never work if you're going to centralize this tribunal into a central office. So one of the things which I also wanted to add as a closing point is that the issue of setting of market-related prices by the legislation or by way of regulation will also fragment the processes, because this is an ongoing target. We are working with a price determined by the market mostly. And if you look at the situations of COVID where prices were fluctuating now and then, if you're going to determine the sailing of market-related price through regulations, you are going to create a stagnant in procurement process and make it look like it is a static field or a not moving environment. So I think we need to also consider that we are highly in contact with the current economy and the movement of goods that are currently in the country, and we should be also considerate of the fact that if we include this in the regulations, we are putting ourselves in a situation where we need to review those regulations every month or every second year. Chair, let me not take so much of the time. I think I've exhausted my time, not unless if the chair is allowing me to proceed.
No, you were already given a grace. You have exhausted that. Thanks very much for your input, Sanelcom. We'll take it forward. Let's move to the next submission. Ron Watermeyer, over to you.
He's on mute, Chair.
Apologies for that.
Oh,
can I share my screen?
You're welcome.
Host has disabled the sharing of the screen. If I could just get my presentation.
Just made you co-host.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address this committee. I'm going to purely look at an infrastructure perspective of the public procurement bill, and to put it in perspective, infrastructure is probably about 20% of the total spend. I am a member of the JSR, and my colleague, Professor Jonathan Claren, presented earlier on, and so I have just picked a narrow field to continue the discussion. I think, look, the starting point is to look at infrastructure delivery pre-COVID. So it's before the COVID pandemic that caused havoc in the industry. And you will see all of this comes from a National Planning Commission paper on infrastructure delivery and construction sector dynamism in the South African economy. What you're going to see is a falling infrastructure spend allocations year in and year out, that we're spending less on infrastructure. We have an employment trend of decreasing as we have a reduction in expenditure. We have failing to spend the target that we had of the percentage GDP on gross fixed formation. We've also got, for the first time ever, the private sector exceeding the public sector investment in infrastructure, which is very surprising in a developing country. Our PPPs have been less than 2% of investment on public expenditure, whereas some countries would be as high as 50%, for example, in the UK. State-owned enterprises, municipalities failing to spend their budget. So we have a crisis. So let's look and see some of the issues that would come into the procurement bill, because the findings of the National Planning Commission was inappropriate procurement practices and the fragmentation, which caused uncertainty in what the requirements are, were the fundamental reasons for the poor performance. So if we go back to the current approach to public sector procurement in South Africa and then see how we need to transform it, is it all started with the Constitution being read in the light of sections 2015 and 2016, which provided for a national treasury and effective financial control through uniform treasury norms. So the whole approach that we've had in the past has been, or up to date, has been procurement's been regulated through the PFMA and MFMA through a supply chain management system as an integral part of financial management. Now, if we go to infrastructure delivery, the fundamentals that government has to do in terms of delivering infrastructure is to plan, specify, procure, and oversee delivery. And there's leadership that's required in all of this, in addition to management. Now, what has happened is, with this whole financial management side of things, and the previous speaker touched upon some of the issues, is that you've now got the finance function looks after the planning, the specifying, the procurement, and you have your operations function who may be allowed to specify some areas and to oversee delivery, do some of the construction management. So what you've got is a blurred and convoluted responsibilities with different priorities. Whereas if you look at the whole built environment practices and project management practices, you should have single point accountability right the way running through the whole operations, and not this blurred responsibility where one is jumping between a financial function and an operations function. So what has been provided in the SCM approach that's been of an administrative nature is to have an administrative back office function, and this has caused the centralized procurement has crippled infrastructure delivery. Now, where do we want to move to in the future? And I think one must stress that the Constitutional Court, since the publication of the 2005 SCM regulations, which, by the way, have not been amended since 2005, they directed that Section 217 of the Constitution needed to be read together with Section 195 and Section 33. So just if we take the whole lot together and we try and paraphrase what the Constitution requires of us, is to have a procurement system must be fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective, and embrace a procurement policy providing for the categories of preference in the allocation of contracts, protection or advancement of persons and categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, but in addition, promote the efficient, effective, and economic use of resources in an accountable, ethical, and development-orientated manner. It also needs to enable administrative action that is lawful, fair, and reasonable. So put very simply, apart from using procurement as an instrument of policy to achieve our socio-economic objectives, to achieve the a correction of imbalances that we have, whether it be gender, race, localization, at the end of the day, we also need to promote value for money and to have a reasoned decision-making, not an administrative approach. So what we really need to have is in the box below, we have our governance and oversight function, where we have the operations are responsible for the delivery management function, planning, specifying, procuring, and overseeing delivery. We have a finance section that is going to pay the providers, but it is not this convoluted that we've got a mix-up between a financial function and an operations function. And so what we would have then is an effective delivery system, which is a strategic front office function. That's where we need to aim towards. Now, just looking at the paradigms around which we have informing the way in which government works. If you look at the three paradigms that are commonly available, if you analyze worldwide the issues around public administration or governance, you can have a public administration where you have a dominance of rules, highly centralized decision-making. You can have public management where you have decentralization of decision-making and you give managers responsibility for decision-making, but to make them accountable for it. Your emphasis is on efficiency, or you can go the public governance route where it's a logical progression from public management, where you're going to have inter-organizational relationships with government processes, and there you're going to stress the service effectiveness and outcomes. In other words, to really achieve the maximum that you can in terms of your delivery. Now, if we come to the procurement side of it, the public administration is really characterized, and I've been very oversimplifying it, where compliance with rules and ticking of boxes is more important than project outcomes. Very administrative approach. It's not about the project outcomes, the value for money, the delivery that we require. If we go to the public management side of it, where we provides a wide range of options, enabling a strategic approach in terms of strategy and tactics, and certainly, for example, the Construction Industry Development Board provided all the range of options to be used. But what we need to move towards is where you're going to have governance alignment of choices with organizational strategic objectives to get the best out of the whole relationship. Now, what has happened is we started off with a PFMA and an MFMA, and supply chain management has moved from public management back to public administration. There is still a lot of elements in the bill that is still talking more to public administration rather than moving to where we should be having public governance and a whole strategic approach to things. So very briefly in the time available, I have just sort of touching upon the themes that I have put down in the submission that's made to you, focusing on the infrastructure aspects. And then we've got the first is clarifying procurement concepts. One of the difficulties with the bill is, and I have been involved, as I say, with the NEDLAC process, the FOSSAT process, and during that whole time, it was all about a bill about supply chain management, whereas the Constitution speaks to procurement. At the last minute, just before it came to Parliament, the word SCM was replaced with procurement at a late stage in the drafting process. So there's still a lot of room for improvement of concepts to understand what procurement is, which is far, far broader than what has been portrayed as a financial management function locked into supply chain management. The second theme is really the introduction of procurement principles into the Act. One of the things, and certainly the JSR submission has touched upon it, is that there's very little principles in the Act. And if we're going to move into the governance paradigm, it's fundamental that we have principles embedded into the Act and not left to subordinate legislation. So we should have in those the checks and balances and what the principles of what is meant by fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, cost effective, all of those things. What do we mean about value for money? All of those principles, empowerment, the whole lot should be embedded in the primary legislation that's approved by Parliament and not left to regulations and instructions. The third is reducing the potential unintended consequences of the third level of lawmaking. Certainly where the problems and the confusions that have come in the past that has crippled infrastructure delivery has been through the issuing of instructions, guidelines, and all the rest of it that don't hang together. We've also got, so those need to be looked at more carefully, what in fact the instructions are all about, how it is going to work, and it needs to be unpacked a lot more in the Act. Also, we have the theme about improving clarity of text, correcting non-universally applicable content. There's still a lot of content in it that is very geared to a very basic administrative type approach to procurement, and that needs to come out. It can be placed into regulations in specific context if necessary. There's also the strengthening of the role of the accounting officer, and the previous speaker spoke about the location of this unit, which is really just perpetuating the status quo. If that came out the Act, for example, it would allow the accounting officers to sort out from their view of their operational aspects as to where procurement should be located and where it reports to. And the last theme is just improving the dispute resolution provisions. The previous speaker touched upon it as well. I certainly see great difficulty with that because there's no time responses from the tribunal to respond back. There's no penalties that if you get a tender or a bidder that decides they want to delay the process, they can put in rather weak claims or frivolous claims to purely delay processes for commercial gain or whatever, and I think there need to be penalties into it. So in brief, the submission that I've made is just appealing in the infrastructure space. If we made some improvements in the bill, it might result in quite a significant improvement in infrastructure delivery. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this presentation.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. Let's move to the next stakeholder, Public Affairs Research Institute. Over to you.
Thank you, honourable members. I'm just going to share my screen. The host has disabled me from sharing. Could I? Oh, got it. Okay. So I'm from the Public Affairs Research Institute. My name is Ryan Brunette. We've got a bit of history with the bill. We've been working on it in various capacities for some time now. We were privileged to play a technical advisory role for business and labour in the NEDLAC consultations with the Joint Strategic Resources. We helped to develop an alternative to this bill, which kind of worked with it, but sought to address a whole range of concerns that we have with the current bill. So that's available for you guys to look at. In this submission, we're going to limit our ambitions, focusing attention on what we see as potentially the most serious issues with the bill as it stands, and we want to suggest some practical ways to address them. These suggestions that we make are, you'll see them in more detail in our submission. They're imperfect, but they kind of go with the grain of the bill. What we're aiming for is kind of like minimal rewrites, which will have big impact in addressing various issues. And so we're hoping they'll be feasible within the various constraints of this parliamentary process. Firstly, there's this issue of constitutionality of Section 217. Now, this isn't everyone agrees that the protection and promotion of previously disadvantaged people and so on is provided for in our Constitution. It's a basic value of the Constitution, where we're all in favor of it. What we're concerned about, however, is that the Section 17 isn't grounded in the Constitution in such a way that will avoid legal challenges in the future. Right. So what we're trying to do is argue for an approach to drafting Section 17 which fortifies it against legal challenge. Currently, for example, broad-based Black economic empowerment is not mandatory across procuring institutions. We want to address some of that stuff. So with Section 17 as it stands, it tends to lose the prescriptive language of Section 17.3, right? So Section 17.3 of the Constitution states that procuring institutions must implement their preferential procurement policies within the framework that's provided by national legislation. The current bill tends to elide that language. It starts with the word when. It says when implementing a preferential procurement policy. That suggests that when you're not implementing a preferential procurement policy, then you don't have to follow Section 17. We think that that language needs to be strengthened. The Section 17 also fails to clarify responsibility for policy formulation. In terms of formulating preferential procurement policy, it says that procuring institutions must implement such a policy, but it never at any point in the Act clearly gives to procuring institutions the power to formulate that policy. And this could create legal problems and so on down the line. Beyond that, I'm not going to go, we speak more about this in our submission, but the constitutional foundations of the categories and measures that are provided in Section 17 are often kind of unclear and confused, vague, and so on. We're not entirely sure how some of these categories fit into Section 17. We don't have any doubt that they can fit into Section 17, but the fact that they're unclear means that they may be challenged down the line and courts may find against them or invalidate them and so on. So again, we're trying to kind of ground Section 17 more firmly in the Constitution. At the same time, Section 17, we argue, is too vague and open-ended to be the constitutionally required national legislative framework. What Section 217.3 of the Constitution says is that national legislation must prescribe a framework. Right? What that suggests is that because national legislation, it would be superfluous to suggest that national legislation must prescribe itself. It's not enough just to pass a bill that is national legislation. It has to be a framework, right? And what a framework does is guide and constrain and so on and so forth, right? Currently, the powers that are kind of thrown into procurement policies are very, very broad, open-ended. We think that opens it up to kind of early legal challenge in terms of whether it actually is the framework required by the Constitution. To address these sorts of issues, we suggest a rewrite, which reasserts the prescriptiveness of Section 217.3, clearly assigns policy formulation to procuring institutions, which we understand is government's intention, while elaborating the kind of constitutional foundations of categories and measures, and which clearly instructs the Minister of Finance to create a national legislative framework. Section 239 of the Constitution says that national legislation can include subordinate legislation, so it may be possible to elaborate this framework that the Constitution requires in regulations. But the Constitution needs to clearly, the Section 217 needs to clearly state that the minister must do this. Right? So this is our proposal. I'm not going to go into details. You can read the submission. The second kind of concern that we have with the bill is that in Section 217, but also more broad, in Section 17, but also more broadly, there's excessive recourse to subordinate legislation, right? The bill, I mean, we argue that this is problematic, firstly, because it's not entirely necessary to resort to subordinate legislation. We understand government's reasoning is that public procurement is highly operational and needs to adapt to circumstances and so on. But we think that this kind of reasoning elides the extent to which a kind of well-crafted statute can create operational flexibility with appropriate guardrails and so on. Without those guardrails, there's increasing risk that that subordinate legislation will deviate from the kind of Section 217(1) principles and run into this kind of unconstitutional realm and be open to challenge and so on. Right? Excessive reliance on subordinate legislation means that the kind of procedural rigor that's involved in legislative elaboration and statute is foregone. There's also a greater potential for legal complexity seeping into the system, fragmentation, incoherence, associated operational rigidities and disruptions, and so on. There's also potentially, with excessive recourse to subordinate legislation, there's a potentially an inadequate consideration of impact on rights, right? Which will reduce associated litigation, disruption, and so on. So again, we suggest a rewrite that addresses these issues effectively in a kind of second best sort of way, by strengthening procedural rigor on subordinate legislation. We think that the NEDLAC Act actually ultimately requires major economic policy to go through NEDLAC. The bill should be clear about this to avoid legal challenge in future. And similarly, there should be kind of public consultation around instructions and so on. So we've got some language to that effect that you guys can work with. Finally, there's a range of, we think the bill involves certain advances in transparency, integrity, access. There's still kind of like remaining issues that we think need to be worked out. Automatic exclusions can be appropriately expanded to include other high officials of political parties and employees of legislatures. We've got language to that effect. Procuring institutions are already moving toward publication of the names of prominent influential persons. Yesterday I was reading Transnet in its own rules is now requiring contractors to disclose prominent influential persons that are involved and to agree to that to be published on Transnet's website. We think that the bill can kind of go further in these ways by kind of publishing prominent influential persons, politically exposed persons that contract with the state. The bill should include a clause empowering the Minister of Finance to make regulations on the protection and promotion of whistleblowing. This can be it can be the Minister may make regulations. We think that it's important for this committee and for Parliament to show its commitment to protecting and promoting whistleblowers. Section 26 of the bill, which is the access to procurement processes clause, we think it should be appropriately limited. Currently, the way it's written, it has kind of like limitations on access to procurement processes. There's a lot of vagueness around what the term access means. We're a little bit concerned that those limitations could be used to close down transparency rights and so on in procurement processes. That would probably not stand up in court, but we think the bill needs to kind of clarify that any limitations on access are limitations on additional access that don't affect other rights, right? So we also have language to that effect. The transparency provision, it should be clarified in kind of two ways. This is kind of just preserving the agreement that was reached in NEDLAC. I'm not suggesting anything radically new. Firstly, there's a requirement that information related to bids should be published. That should probably include call for tenders. So we've kind of like put that in the bill. There's also the fact that that parts of the transparency provision were negotiated in NEDLAC on the basis of the General Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Amendment Act, or bill. That bill was ultimately passed. It changed the provision, right? So to realign with the bill, there needs to be a slight change to the transparency clause to reflect that the Amendment Act was ultimately passed in a different form. and that doesn't change anything from what NEDLAC already agreed to. Finally, under Section 28. So Section 28 deals with the publication of kind of subordinate instruments, right? So regulations, instructions, and so on. It doesn't include all the subordinate instruments. So in particular, you know, one kind of anomaly in the procurement system that we currently have is that procurement policies or procuring institutions often have the kind of status of law. Law is supposed to be published. This is partly what the Constitution says and partly what the Interpretation Act says. Public procurement policies are often not published, right? So this creates issues of accountability, of legality, and so on. We think that Section 2.8, which is publication of documents, should include publication of all procurement policies by the National Treasury. There's already mechanisms for those policies to go up to the National Treasury to be reviewed and so on. And we just think that those should all be published under Section 28. Okay, so I'm not going to go through all these provisions. I'm happy to kind of field questions and so on. My email is there as well. And yes, so like the Public Affairs Research Institute is very committed to kind of assisting this committee in any way it can. And we'd be happy to engage in future and also at question time in this committee. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Rian from PARE, for your input. Let's go to the next stakeholder. Saifsa.
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon to you and to the honorable members. Thank you for this opportunity to present some of our views as the organization. Just by way of brief background, we are SIFSA, that stands for the Steel and Engineering Industries Federation of Southern Africa. And we have as part of our membership in excess of 1,300 member companies employing 170,000. So the value chain that we look after is one where local procurement is very important too. And that's why we've invested quite a lot of effort and time in commenting on the bill. We're also part of the NEDLAC processes. A lot of the inputs that we're planning to make have also been highlighted already by some of the colleagues, particularly from the GSR and also from PARE as well. So that might also assist us in saving some time. I will just amplify them on the perspective from an industry point of view. But what I will highlight here and there is what we are seeing from direct inputs from members in terms of daily challenges that they're experiencing with the current bill and where we currently find ourselves. So just by very quickly, I mentioned already that the value chain that we represent in terms of our members would typically be everything from steel right down to the heavy and large engineering. I might have just had a break because we had load shedding kick in, but we have our generator kicking in. Chair, can I just check if you can still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you, Chair. All right, and apologies, my screen is just coming back, Chair. So what I also just realized that I wasn't sharing the presentation that I have on here. But as I mentioned, we basically represent our members is the steel and metals value chain, so non-ferrous metals included, as well as the downstream industries, which is heavy and light engineering, machinery and equipment, including many of our members who supply things like valves, pumps into the water infrastructure, power transformers into the electricity supply industry, etc. So as I mentioned, that public procurement is very important to us. I think in the interest of time, I had just put 2 slides. We have submitted this presentation, which also show the importance of public procurement, and it's important for steel demand, as well as the products that I've mentioned earlier on. But I guess it goes without saying that is a key driver. I think without having saved time by not going through those 2 slides that talk to the importance of state procurement, What we do, though, highlight is that the calls for the importance of state procurement is not at all meant to be calling for the state to be a nanny state and carry local industry. But there's a very important link between even as public procurement and spend on local industry lifts capacity utilization for local members, who a lot of them are working at very, very, very shallow levels or low levels of capacity utilization. That has a cost implication from a competitiveness point of view. So to the extent that public procurement can lift capacity utilization, it also promotes and assists the export agenda. And the African Free Trade Continental Agreement was mentioned earlier on. So there's a direct and much wider externality and spillover from the importance of state procurement to the ultimate end goal, which is to the exports. So what I will also limit our view on is on the preferential procurement section. We think, having looked at, and because we're also part of the NEDLAC process, representing business constituency, we do think that a welcome development when one looks at the way, for example, under section 17, there's 2B, bullets 2 and 3, how they are now expanded on in terms of locally produced goods, etc., is important. It's a step in the right direction. Also, the advancement, this section 4, which is under section C4, which talks to the advancement of local beneficiation. We think those are important in that they are already included in the legislation. What is something we highlight as a red flag is this section C5, where it talks to, yes, importantly, there's a balancing between imported goods and local, but also this provision that unless the minister exempts the importation of goods, we have seen that as a very big loophole. For example, even in sectors that are currently designated, where one of the key examples that I can highlight is in the electrical cable engineering industries, where companies have been left out of the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program. And that's a designated sector, by the way. But even in state procurement of renewable energy projects, they were being excluded or overlooked using this exemption clause. So we do just highlight that some tightening might be needed there, particularly around the processes for that. And in our submission, we do submit some wording around how to close that loop, because it is a major one. And that's across even all the other designated sectors, so valves and the rest. Of course, appreciating that designation as a current policy now with the preferential procurement regulations is not an active instrument right now to protect local. So, Chair, really our points, as I mentioned earlier on, some of them have been highlighted. We also think that a lot more needs to be tightened around the inclusion or the over-reliance. Our view is that the over-reliance on subordinate legislation is problematic. I think having a lot of the preferential procurement principles included in the bill would strengthen their teeth. And also, if we look at what happened with the interpretation of the 2011, 2017, and then now the preferential procurement regulations that we have, that interpretation which goes into rules, which attempt to interpret the bill, can, we think, be dealt with by placing a lot of that context into the bill itself, which would, again, as I mentioned, give it teeth. We do think also that local content has a wide spillover effect into the economy. For example, earlier on, under the measures already in the bill, they talk about local production. But again, there, I think we should, our view is that we should escalate that to include aspects of local content, as was in the previous designation policies, because sometimes an imported product that is finally briefly assembled locally that might run the risk of being being referred to as locally produced, when obviously as we know that there's local content is actually what we would be chasing. We also do think that the devolution of procurement practices to individual state organs will create an untenable environment. We've seen that, I think, with the recent Sunrail case also, and the Sunrail case and the construction companies. That's just one, and granted, slightly out of our sector. But the point is, leaving that as the provision that is relied on will, in our view, create a fruit salad of obligations that companies have to respond to, and those obligations between two state-owned entities could be wildly apart. And we think from a compliance point of view that would create a bit of an issue. On these points here, as I mentioned, we were, and the gentleman from PARI also mentioned this, that they did assist the business constituency in terms of, and NEDLAC and the entire NEDLAC constituency in terms of making inputs to the process. But we do think this issue that has been highlighted over and over around a strategic approach versus an administrative approach, and obviously the former being the preferred, being a strategic approach, is very important, because what will drive a big part of the local spend will be on infrastructure, as we know with the National Infrastructure Plan on its way, expecting to spend 6 trillion rand, without a clear framework on how the spend is made on infrastructure. And we even would go as far, and I think these are the inputs made by JSR and PARI, that we need a dedicated section that would look at infrastructure spend. I mean, and it starts with even just the definition, for example, of infrastructure in the current bill. It refers to, and I've copied the definition exactly here, it means physical facilities and systems that are used to directly or indirectly provide services to the public. And I mean, with that kind of a definition, that is everything from a school hall to a power station. And we think it starts with even just those basic aspects of having a clear and well-established framework for infrastructure, because that will be the big driver, particularly for the sector that and the companies that we represent. But as I mentioned, Chair, that many of these points have already been made by the colleagues. So in the interest of time, I'll leave it there, and we'll be happy to expand on any of the points made in the presentation during questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Tafadzo, for representing a safe zone. Let's move to the next stakeholder, Nedo Mkondweni. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I'll just share my presentation. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm hoping that you can see my presentation. And thanks very much for the opportunity to make the submission. And my name is Nedo Mkondweni, as reflected on the slide, and I'll be giving my comments on my personal capacity. I thought of simplifying the presentation, considering the size of the bill, to just the 5 items that I wanted to highlight to the committee. In the main, I wanted to start with the definitions. I think the issue of the definitions has come a lot from the other presenters, but what was key for myself as a practicing engineer in the public space was the emphasis that is constantly made on cost effectiveness, as if cost effectiveness has got the higher weighting than the other 5 elements within Section 217 of the Constitution. The Constitution, it's clear, it says fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. But unfortunately, for years, the emphasis has been on fair, transparent, competitiveness, and cost-effectiveness, with little emphasis being made on equitability. This was quite interesting because when I looked at the objects of this act in particular, the one that we're commenting on, under the objects of the act, it makes reference to transformation, for which transformation itself is also not defined. And transformation means different things to different people, especially if you go on to put in transformation objectives. How do you put those objectives against what if you don't have that definition? And I found this paper, thanks to someone who gave me the reference to it. And the paper makes the reference to the former Chief Judge Pius Langa, when he wrote that transformation then in a social and an economic revolution, South Africa at present has to contend with unequal and insufficient access to housing, food, water, healthcare, and electricity. As former Chief Justice Shackleton wrote, Soprano versus Minister of Health, KwaZulu-Natal, for as long as these conditions continue to exist, that aspiration, that of substantive equality, will have a hollow ring. That then brought me to the second definition, which is the one about equitability, because equitable is in the same level as cost effectiveness under Section 217 of the Constitution, as you can see. And every time when we have to bid, we are treated as if we are equals, yet we are not in terms of the definition that we aspire to be. So the proposed definition is that the equality must be defined as substantive equality within the context of achieving social and economic redress to the injustices of the past South Africa. Now, in summary, I've submitted these three definitions as the proposal, as amendments to the bill. One being that of transformation, which is a process of change that encompasses social and economic revolution intended to heal the divisions of the past. Second is the equality, which I've already read. And then lastly, the value for money. Unfortunately, the value for money, as our learned friends have made reference to it, even with it being the emphasis. But we can never achieve value for money if value for money is measured on goods received and services provided only, without looking at the whole ecosystem of value for money, including socio-economic objectives. Hence, the submission that I'm putting up forth to the parliamentary representatives that we have to define value for money. And it's unfortunate that on this revision of the bill, the value for money's definition has been taken out, because on the previous one, that was on the 2020, the first that was published by National Treasury, the definition of value for money was there. As much as it was not correctly defined, we still submitted the submission then that it must be redefined. Then after the definitions, then we started to look at the framework. Now, if you go to Section 2172 of the Constitution, it says that the organ of state or institutions referred to in subsection from the implementing of the procurement policy provided for categories of preference. Then it goes to 3 and say that the national legislation must prescribe a framework. Now, when I looked at the bill, I think this one was quite tricky because we were led to believe that the public procurement bill is coming on all of us as Black practicing engineers. We're hoping that since the challenges of Regulation 2017 and now Regulation 2022, the public procurement bill is going to come as a savior, because we thought it was the framework that is going to address the issues that were around Section 2 and Regulation 2017. But it came out to be something completely of a beast than what we thought it would be. Instead, I think it actually rolled back all the achievements or the expectations in terms of what the framework should be in terms of the preferential procurement. Now, this confusion came when I looked at the bill. If I just put in these a few blocks just to summarize the assessment that we had. The one was that we're clear on the Constitution, we are clear on the proposed bill that there will be regulations that will come, there will be uniform treasury norms that will come according to the objects, there will be a procurement system, there will be a procurement policy. Then here now there was a confusion when I looked at this in terms of the use of words, which I think for those that wrote it was deliberate in nature, because it's also creating some confusion, because you've got a procurement system which the minister has got the rights to develop as per the previous presentation under the section 195 of the Constitution. But then you've got the procurement policy, which section 217 makes reference to. Now, which one supersedes what? Who does what, where, and how? And where does transformation in the broader scheme of things sit within all these standard norms and regulations that will be coming up forth? Then lastly, when I looked at this, I could not see the framework as stipulated in the Constitution. And this was a surprise. I've mentioned that the understanding that was that we thought with the issues of 2017 and 2022, and currently now with the case in hand between Sanral and the HNI, which is also as a result of the confusion, the hope was that the bill will seek that clarity. But the way it's presented now, it's actually going to create more confusion for the organs of state and will have unintended consequences, as we have seen with the 30% that came out and resulted in, amongst other things, Amatela Ngokubona. So then we also looked at chapter 4 under the preferential procurement. The challenge there is the issue of the value for money, because it says the preferential procurement must be done considering the objects of the acts, and it makes reference to value for money and transformation. And those two, hence I'm re-emphasizing the importance of defining them. Then lastly, Chairperson, this to me is the biggest issue that I think it's important to consider, the issue of the preferential points. If you look at section 17.2, it says the policy envisaged in subsection 1 must include one or more preference points system and threshold. Now, the proposal is that the preferential points weighting must be greater than the weighting for price and equality combined. This now we're actually drawing it back from the challenge that we had with the issue of the 80-20. As you would know, with the 80-20 and 90-10, we had the price given the higher weighting than preferential. This is going to be a problem if it's not addressed at the bill level, because the challenge is that now, as you have said, the rhetoric on the other speakers around the issue of value for money, value for money, value for money since this morning, that problem of value for money, that problem of value for money is going to result in the issue of the pricing taking more precedence than preference. So it is my view that the weighting should be upside down. The preference must be given more weighting than price and quality and preference combined. I'm not sure, Chairperson, if you can still see my presentation. I had a load shedding recently.
No, we no longer.
Okay.
But you have submitted, isn't it, though? Then.
Yes, I did submit.
No,
I just wanted to
show. Not a problem. We have your submission in our files. We'll refer to it when we consider all the submissions. So you can conclude.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. I'll conclude shortly. Now, in conclusion, my submission is that the committee should consider as a weighting that is higher on the preference than price and quality or functionality combined, because that will allow that during the process of development of the regulations, the preference will take the priority or the significance that it deserves, which it has not received over the time. And then lastly, the bill is silent on the issue of the contracting methods. The emphasis on the procurement methods, it's strange that the bill only focuses on transversal term contracting and public-private partnership, but it's silent on how that rotation is going to take place, because we have seen now as practicing engineers that you get inside these transversal term contracts or term contracts and you become a bench warmer there. No one tells you how the work is allocated, but certain people are working within that contract and you stay there for 3 years or 6 years or 10 years. I think it's not correct that the other contracting methods are highlighted, like unsolicited bids, which the bill is silent on them. I think, Chairperson, I'll end there just to respect time, and thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Dr. Del, for your input. Thanks very much. Let's move to the next stakeholder. SCORE, South Africa Property Limited.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity. I'm just trying to share my screen. Has that been enabled?
No, we can't see your screen. Are you co-sharing with Alan?
I just made him co-host, Chair.
Thank you. Let's try that again. There we go. Very good. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Deron Barnes, the CEO of the Barnes Group and the CEO of SCORE Metals. And I'll be talking on behalf of myself, of my group, as well as the steel industry in particular. We are a group, just briefly, in the steel industry, in the up and downstream sectors of the steel industry, and we employ approximately 5,000 people in this group, which is the my team of people who work towards our goal of producing steel for the South African market. And I talk on behalf of them and of their dependents as well, in creating jobs in the steel industry. And that's a very important consideration with the number of people that are employed and the benefits that this team of people at SCORE, as well as the overall steel industry, enjoy from the ability to sell our products into the local market. It's important to note here that the South African steel industry, just briefly, has been in a decline. You can see the yellow line here with the graph, with the dispatches that have been reducing significantly over the last couple of years from 2008 coming down, which is a direct result in a reduction of employment in the industry. An important thing to note here is that South Africa, for the first time in 2020, 21, and even 22, has become a net importer of steel from being a net exporter of steel. And a net importer of steel means we're actually importing jobs into South Africa. South Africa is as a history of being a quality steel maker, being able to produce steel for South Africa as well as the world market, and we've lost this ability. We've got our issues in the South African steel industry, so we have some list of excuses, as with a lot of companies today, with a rising input costs, a rising electricity, load shedding, and particularly here, I'll highlight the reduction, the reduced spend on infrastructure, which has been highlighted by a number of our colleagues that have made some submissions. We have a high and rising transport costs and labor costs in the market, in the steel market. We're paying carbon tax currently. We have quite a labor disruptions and unrest in our industry, which often become violent. And labor costs in the steel industry are, I'm going to say, very good, because we pay very good wages in the steel industry. So when one refers to decent jobs, there's an agreement between SIFSA and NUMSA, which has become, which they've agreed in terms of the Metal Industry Bargaining Council. My colleague from SIFSA was on earlier highlighting the importance of localization. And this has been extended to non-parties, which effectively means that the South African steel industry is paying very good wages. There's also an inability to adapt to new global trends, e.g., for example, the huge expansion in China and a lot of steel being imported from China. There's an increase in protectionism, so we're not allowed to export our products to a lot of countries currently. President Trump imposed a Section 232 on steel, which imposed a 25% import duty on steel into America, which cost us a lot of jobs in South Africa, reducing our ability to export steel into the American market. There's a lot of steel being imported into South Africa, and this is South Africa must avoid becoming a consistent net importer, as it leaves us to the mercy of global steel markets, which happened during the COVID period, where we were not able to import due to supply chain risks. We've now got geopolitical tensions, which also inhibit some of our abilities to import. And South Africa has had the capacity, and now unfortunately has lost some capacity, which will be very difficult to replace in South Africa. And from 2010 to 2019, we've lost about 31,000 jobs in this industry. Just given a quick comparison here of labor, steel industry, just to show that we are paying very good wages. Average employee on a basic 45-hour week in the steel industry is earning 3,200 rand a month, where road freight is a lot less. Motor industry is almost half of ours. Furniture industry significantly less, and wholesale and retail industry is almost a third of what we pay in the steel industry. Just in terms of the employments that have been lost from 2010 to 2019, this is basically the the total number of jobs here, 31,000 jobs that have been lost in the industry. Where we've initiated certain policies together with DTRC, Steel Master Plan being one of them, aiming at giving the industry an opportunity to create more jobs and to grow and industrialize the South African economy. One of the aims of the Steel Master Plan is to replace imports of intermediate and capital goods used for export production, infrastructure, and consumer products. And this is very much part of what we're talking about today, is to change and restructure the public and private procurement system, specifically for localization of steel products, and to promote the local producers and to address supply chain constraints. The localization will enable infant industries to grow. It will give us a rationalization for trade protection, and local products can become more competitive if we're given further support. For the steel industry to flourish in South Africa, we need a market. If we're importing the products that we need from government in this in our bill, it doesn't give local producers the benefit, A, to invest, and B, to become more competitive in what we do. The market has been shrinking, and for the South African steel market, as I showed earlier, has been shrinking, and there are opportunities to import cheap steel from China. A lot of countries today have taken steps to reduce the ability of imported steel products into their markets. Normal customs duties in steel imports is more than it has been imposed in more than 150 countries. In fact, most steel producing countries have significant duties to prevent the import of steel. And interestingly enough, just to put us on a fair playing field, it's important to note that 135 countries have an average of 10% import duty on South African exports to them. So disallowing us to export our products to other people's economies. Significant countries here, the European Union, Russia, Turkey, and so on, here many countries have banned or reduced significantly the import of steel from China. And as a result, that cheap import steel is coming into South Africa. This is an interesting graph that we look at. which is the imports of goods and services as a percentage of our GDP. So the grey line is the upper middle class line of where South Africa should be. We've got China and America at the bottom, which import very little of their GDP. And we have South Africa here, who's now become a big importer. We're importing, in 2022, South Africa imports of goods and services as a percentage of GDP equated to 31%. This is 8.7% higher than the average upper middle class country. So what this means is we are importing significant products. This is a graph showing our imports per quarter of steel products into South Africa, which has grown significantly. And what is important to note down here is that the jobs that we could create if we replace our imports of steel with locally produced steel is 47,000 jobs that can be created. And that's based on information from the South African Iron and Steel Institute in 2023, determining that for every 1 million rand of imported steel, we could create 1.1 jobs, which came from the Trade and Industry Policy Strategy in 2015. So we've put that together and showing that we could create 47,000 jobs. And these are good jobs in South Africa. And there are significant other benefits to localization, which are in our proposal. If we just look at some other countries that have done significantly good things in terms of localization and have seen the benefits of it, we have Japan, Korea, and China, who've for 50 years, Japan and Korea auto industries enjoyed extraordinary tariffs, and they resulted in dominant players being created in these countries. USA has got a localization policy that's next to none, that certainly for the steel industry, that no steel products can be supplied to government unless they are locally produced. India recently has introduced significant benefits to their local producers that have created 300,000 jobs, an investment of 450 billion rupees in their steel steel industry specifically, and these are the benefits that come with localization. Unfortunately, as been said by some of my colleagues before, since 2010, there's been a significant reduction or deterioration in public sector capital spend, averaging 5.6% of GDP. And this is against the target in the National Development Plan of 30%. The result of this, as was said earlier, is that a number of our big construction companies have failed. In the steel industry, we've had failures of Highveld Steel. AMSA's closed, significantly reduced their production at Newcastle and Vanderbilt, and has closed their Saldanha operation. Tube and pipe, in the tube and pipe industry, Robel and Trident Sterling have both been closed. And through public procurement framework, government has designated a wide range of steel products for local production. However, these have been evidence of there have been significant evidence of evasion in this area. What we get to now, that's the steel industry. That's where we are. And SCORE is of the opinion that we have the opportunity here through this bill to ensure that significant localization goals are put in place. We sit in a country with significant unemployment. We need preferential procurement policies that ensure that localization is promoted. And localization should be promoted and set as a priority in the bill, specifically in Chapter 4. In steel, South Africa has the capability to produce most steel products. And we need to ensure, and this is what the opportunity is in this bill, to ensure that only locally produced steel is procured by this bill. And if the locally produced steel is not available, local manufacturers, and there's been significant growth in the number of local manufacturers, these local manufacturers should be the ones that are qualified to import the products that are not manufactured locally. No specific targets or guidelines are set in terms of the local content value add or local participation percentage. For the up and downstream steel industry, the guideline should be set that 100% of steel products are produced locally. Again, if a particular product is not produced locally, it needs to be procured by a producer of a similar product in South Africa and not supplied by a tenderpreneur. The opportunity here has been that specifications are changed to slightly differentiate them from what's locally produced, and the result is that the goods are imported. A suggestion should be that local procurement should be elevated as a priority above black ownership, or that local procurement be given a higher preference rating, procurement weighting. Now, this doesn't mean that our BEE is not important. It is very important. But I believe that locally produced goods are giving a far better benefit for the overall society of South Africa than imported goods. And that locally produced goods should be produced locally with BEE points, with black ownership within the South African economy. In our opinion, provisions for local procurement or localization is too vague and open-ended, which allows for circumvention. And enforcements are very difficult. It's very difficult to enforce. And if we allow loopholes, goods are imported into South Africa where they can be manufactured by our people in South Africa. And steel is a product that South Africans can manufacture. We have a history of manufacturing. We have a history of supplying the world with our steel products. We should, as a country, as far as possible, disallow the importation of steel products, and specifically steel products that are being supplied into our government and into our public procurement. If there's an issue in terms of a specification that or a particular product that's not being produced in South Africa, we suggest that we use the South African Iron and Steel Institute, SAICI, and the DTIC that should be appointed as an intermediary to approve the import of specific products that cannot be produced locally.
Doron, can you summarize, please? We are running out of time. Members have got a session this afternoon to attend to.
Thank you. In summary, down here, we need the steel industry needs government support to ensure that we are able to continue growing our businesses and making investments into the steel industry going forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Doron. Finance from the steel industry. Let's move to the last stakeholder. Master Builders SA. Over to you.
Chair, sorry, I don't think they're online. I received an email probably about just over an hour ago. I shared the program and meeting details with them yesterday. They only just informed me, as I say, about an hour ago that I think their CEO has got a doctor's appointment, so they asked me to reschedule. And I told them that won't be possible because there's a house sitting this afternoon and the program for tomorrow is already finalized. So I don't think they're online, Chair. I can't see them.
Okay. Do we have their written submission?
Yes, we do, Chair. That was shared yesterday.
Okay. As long as we have got their written submission, it's not a problem. Let's get to committee members asking clarity, seeking questions. Over to you, honorable members. Honorable Mabiletso.
Thank you, Chair. Also, now I would like to thank all the presenters. It was very much educative. And hey, the first one, that is Sandele Komu, you know, based on your experience and what you are dealing with now, I think there need to be some improvement in the bill. And I mean, your big question is, the question that you are, your big question, will Treasury be able to carry the load? If yes, I'm saying how are they going to do that? Perhaps they will just have to unpack that, because ourselves, the end product of all this process, I will repeat again, is service delivery. And the process should be finished on time from beginning up to end. There did not be any glitches in the meantime, but the way you were presenting, I could see that there's going to be a whole lot of any glitches, and service delivery might be affected. And this is what we do not want. We want to see the services there. The community are really waiting for this. They don't know exactly what is it what we are doing now. So we should really, I think the way you were presenting your big question is, I will repeat again, will Treasury be able to carry this big load? If what will be the role of the provinces and municipalities? And I think, because I heard that you are in the local municipality, I just wish that I think most of them should have submitted as well, Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mabiletso. Honorable Manya.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must firstly welcome all the presentations, very interesting, all well prepared and all of that. Yeah, I'm just going to be pointed. Number one, on the presentation by Sanele Komu was Ofumgin. I'm just confused by two things in his presentation. One, the bill itself seeks to cure what he is trying to reinstill, the issue of federalization. The whole thing, and I hear the honorable member here is supporting that. And this is a problem that we have. For instance, you see here in Cape Town, when there was this whole impounding thing, this is what happens when people try to create all kinds of fiefdoms in provinces and regions. And this bill is trying to cure exactly that. So I would be saying to you, I disagree with the member that agrees with you, and I disagree with you in terms of federalization. We need uniform rules. This is South Africa is a unitary state. So whatever happens in the Western Cape, I must find exactly the same thing happening in Mpumalanga and Northwest. This is what this bill seeks to do, and I agree with the intentions of this bill. I disagree with federalization of any sorts. That's the first thing. The second thing is that on the issue of the BEE, you make an accusation here to say you are not able to assist Black people or Africans, as it were, and you're asking for direction and everything. And you're accusing the Broad-Based BEE Act of not being clear about this issue. I don't know why you do this. Because if you go to the definitions of the Broad-Based BEE Act, the word black is defined there as Africans, colored, and Indians. So where exactly is your confusion? So I'm not understanding what is it that what's the reason for you not to empower Africans when Africans are specifically mentioned in this legislation that you're quoting? So I don't know what is your challenge. And then Dr. Ron Watermeyer and Dr. Doron Barnes or SCORE, they make supporting points about the issue of private sector spending that seems to be exceeding public sector spending on the economy and all of that. with Barnes from SCORE. He mentions a figure on the net importation and all of that. A similar point is made by Dr. Vatemeyer. My challenge, both of you at this one level with these two presenters on this specific issue, is that they are very well represented at NETLEC by BLSA, and these are and when the discussion is on trade liberalization, BLSA that represents you never says anything anti-trade liberalization at NETLEC. You support this because I suspect you've got all kinds of relationships and networks with all these other companies that are now out competing you in terms of costs per unit. That's why it's cheaper to import. Yet in the center at NETLEC where you're represented, you never say these things. So I'm confused as to what is it that you actually want done, because at NETLEC, nothing passes NETLEC if it hasn't got a business sign-off. The laws we have, the laws we have today in South Africa, are laws that have gone through, have been signed off by some of your representatives in NETLEC. So my advice to you is that take these figures of these net importations and all of that back to NETLEC. NETLEC must be the one that most of these issues you raise them with, because they're the ones that allow for these imports, because they want all these kinds of multilateralisms and all of that with these other structures. So I know what you are saying, I accept, and I also agree with your sentiment, but I'm just saying the big problem is the people representing yourselves in NETLEC. And Dr. Vatemeyer, some of the things that you mentioned, for instance, when you summarize what you call constitutional imperatives, I don't totally agree with your summary there, because you seem not to want to accept that there are some contradictions on that section 217. And the contradiction is this, that 217 in the Constitution, subsection 1, talks about all issues around efficiency and cost effectiveness and all of that. But the very first sentence on 217 subsection 2 says, nothing, capital N, nothing in subsection 1 should prevent an organ of state from doing 1, 2, 3. And that 1, 2, 3 is: 1 is to protect and to advance the interests of the historically disadvantaged. Okay, so section 217 is 217 subsection 2 is very clear. It's actually saying, notwithstanding your summary of what you call constitutional imperatives seeks to suggest some smothering of the issue of protecting and advancing the historically disadvantaged. You seem to want to shut that down at another level. You know, I don't know why I want to do this. And you're not, and that's not very different, by the way, to what also Barnes of SCORE is saying. Just as I was about to, about to celebrate the fact that even SCORE is promoting the issue of localization, and then he turns around, he then says the issue of empowerment he sees it different from localization, which then brings me to a very suspicious issue now to say what's going on here. So does SCORE see localization as a promotion of what monopoly capital businesses only? Because if you don't want to see empowerment, you actually don't want to see Black people participating in any shape or form. Firstly, you don't want, I mean, if SCORE was saying they want to be the most empowered company, 60% owned by Africans, as an example, I would be saying I agree with everything that SCORE says. And maybe SCORE must tell us what are the empowerment credentials. And I'm not interested in level 1, level 2. Tell me what is the Black ownership of SCORE in this presentation. Then maybe I will hear you differently. What is the percentage of African ownership of score. What's a stake of score that is owned by Africans? Because if you don't have Africans owning score, and you don't want them to import either, what exactly are you saying, Dr. Barnes? What exactly are you saying? I'm not so sure what you're saying, but what I seem to be getting the thrust of your, and I'm dealing with this with the two of you here because they're saying the same thing in different words. I'm dealing, yeah. So I'm confused as to what really is the thrust of your argument. Am I hearing you to be saying you want more entrenchment of white monopoly capital to the total exclusion of Africans? The only thing where you want to see Africans is just to be employed, and that's all you see them, just to be employees. I accept that we want you to employ them, yes, but we also want to see them at the ownership level. So I think you need to create the balance. Maybe you have the balance. Please tell us about that balance. You talk about also the issue of you pay well, as it were. I accept that that you pay well compared to the sectors that you've mentioned. But I don't know if you're able to share with us also the accident rates and the injuries, because you work in a very, what you call it, you work in a very dangerous section, sector, so to speak, where injuries in your sector can be actually quite fatal, as it you work with heavy steel. And therefore, for you to be paying more, I would expect that. And I don't know why you're making an issue about it as if you should be paying less. Must we celebrate the fact that you are remunerating people in line with the risk that they take in your company? I'm not so sure what point you're trying to make about you paying more. People are risking their lives in your sector. Your sector is a dangerous sector. So why are you wanting us to celebrate for you doing the right thing? And then, Chair, I also want to welcome, having said all of this, what Dr. van der Watermeer said about the issue of clarification of terms in the primary law. I think that's a very good point, an important point. This thing of just leaving things to the regulations is really very problematic. Everybody seems to be making this point. I think drafters must look into that carefully. Nothing must be left to the regulations. And I think also Harry made the same point, and he said excessive recourse to subordinate legislation must be avoided. I agree with him. I think that's that. And in fact, I would contrary, he said that, but at the same time, he also said he wants whistleblowing to be put into some regulation, instead of carrying on with his own, theme of including the key things in the primary legislation, as in whistleblowing. Whistleblowing is a very important issue. So I would say, why not include whistleblowing also in the legislation so that there is no minister that is given the power to decide what or what not to do, and all of that, So yeah, I agree with these presentations. With CIFSA, I agree with one thing that CIFSA have said. Not that I disagree with everything else, but the one I really want to highlight is the issue of the undesirability of the exemption clause. I think, Chairperson, if you ask me, I think this issue of exempting these international players is actually a colonial construct within our legislation that should be removed everywhere we find it. Because what we are saying here is that we want to put all kinds of strenuous requirements on the locals. And when these guys come from international, we then want to lie on our stomachs and let them walk all over us. Why are we doing this? So I agree with the sentiment by CIFSA of removing all these exemption clauses and all of that. But beyond that, You know, Chairperson, I must make this point. If I don't know who else will make it. You know, when I see a black face presenting, my expectations are raised that somebody is going to focus on the issue of blackness, because we must not apologize for this, Chairperson. We must not apologize for this. It must be instilled in our system. The truth, and the truth is simple, and the truth is that colonization had a racial construct, apartheid had a racial construct. Therefore, a redress that does not talk to race is a lip service. A redress that does not talk to uplifting Black people in general, Africans in particular, is a lip service. So this whole notion about rainbow nation, about non-racialism that seeks to undermine the fact that we need to level the playing field, we need to address the issue of Africans. I get worried when I see Black people making presentations and not making that point, Chair. Lastly, Chair, the Dr. Ncedo Mkhondweni, I must say, Chair, that, you know, on a light note, Chair, the surname Mkhondweni is a very interesting surname, because that surname taken literally, it's a Xhosa surname, taken literally, it means something to the effect of, you know, giving direction, you know, to put you on your, to point you in the right direction. So I must say that I found the presentation by Dr. Mkhondweni very refreshing. It actually is Fake Mkhondweni. He just followed his surname. He has put us on track. And I liked a whole lot of things that he had said. In fact, I would even advise that he should be adopted as an advisor of the drafting team, because he seems to know exactly how to get us to Mkhondweni. Lastly, he makes very clear proposals about the definitions. And he's also alive to the fact that this value for money is a backdoor introduction of 80-20-90-10 if it does not ensure that preference is weighted higher than price in the mix. You know, so I must say, Chairperson, I think for me, you know, as I keep saying that I have a star performer in the various presentations, for me, the star performer in this round has been Dr. Ncedo Mkhondweni, that has really put us back on track as to what is wrong, what needs to happen. And the issue that he raises, which is a very important point, is the issue of overemphasis of Section 217, subsection 1, and also even the wrong emphasis on that, or not the wrong emphasis, or rather a selective emphasis on that, that leaves other things like equitability. You know, Chairperson, equal treatment of unequal people is unequal. Looks like it's only Dr. Mkhondweni that knows this, that everybody else here wants to just assume some equality which does not exist, or are not equal. Apartheid and colonialism has made us unequal. So therefore, it cannot be that we are here to say this legislation must be at the center of transformation, but somehow we pretend as if we're all equal and all of that. So, Chair, I want to stop there and just say, I really thank Dr. Mkhondweni for putting us Mkhondweni. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Manyu. Now it's 5 minutes past 1. Members are supposed to go to lunch so that they are able to attend to the 2 o'clock sitting of the NA. If I have to allocate all the stakeholders, unless we do it in the next 5 minutes, so that we don't punish members being for overextended, because our initial allocation we're thinking will be done by 1:45. Okay. let me allow each stakeholder 1 minute each to respond. Where do we start? Hold on. Sanele Komo, do you have anything to say? 1 minute.
Yes, Chair. I think the important part for me is to highly stress that Honorable Man, you must go and revisit the BE Act. The Act refers to Black people in a general term that defines Africans, Indians, and colored. What we have faced as practitioners on the ground, I don't think Mr. Mani comprehends or understands what we are facing. The legislation that currently exists is talking about Black, does not talk about Africans, where you would say you are preferring Africans over any other race for the preferential procurement, or you would say you are preferring colored over the other race for the preferential procurement. So the point that we are making is that if you still have the same legislation, if Mr. Mani would be, Honorable Mani would be appointed as a minister now, he will come and say, prefer Africans in particular, but there will be no legislation that supports that, because Africans are defined under Black in a generic term that defines 3 races in between. So whatever that you need to do is equivalent, must be done equally so to 3 different races. So that's the point that we're making. We should be deliberate.
Okay, no, point taken. Thanks, Mr. Kom. Then let's move to Dr. Watermeer. 1 minute.
Very, very briefly. At the end of the day, in infrastructure, we need service delivery. And what I was trying to illustrate was the lack of service delivery. And I was quoting from the National Planning Commission about the concern in having public sector infrastructure lower than private sector infrastructure. I did mention in passing, how can we be in a development state where the private sector is providing more infrastructure than the public sector? The public sector must deliver more. Part of the problem linked to empowerment as well is when I did present the overview of the Constitution, I linked section 1 and 2 as and. One has to do both. Value for money is satisfying the constitutional imperatives which include empowerment. I didn't discuss empowerment. I had only 10 minutes. I left it to my JSR colleagues to talk about. But on the point of that, if we do not deliver service delivery, people suffer, as well as empowerment will not take place because we've had a drop in value going down. So you're trying to create companies, but there's no market to sustain it. So to me, the procurement bill, the fundamental thing it has to fix, it's got to fix the unblockages to get service delivery going, which will pull empowerment with it and all the other good things that will come with it. So fundamentally, we've got to get rid of the blockages and not create more bureaucracy that it takes longer to deliver projects. Thank you very much.
Okay, Doctor. Thanks. Public Affairs Research Institute. 1 minute. Ryan.
Thanks, Honourable Member. So yeah, I mean the Constitution says that public procurement must proceed in accordance with the system which is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. It then continues that these principles do not prevent the protection and advancement of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination through procurement policy. The way we read that is that it's already there in the Section 217.1 principles. Section 217.2 doesn't create an exception to those principles. It's an elaboration. And the way the courts have interpreted that correctly is that the principles need to be kind of continuously balanced with each other. There's a sense in which they're all they're in tension, but they must also be kind of combined. And there's a whole range of kind of like sophisticated ways in which we can do that. The what our argument is that that needs to be done in the Act, in national legislation. Like there needs to be a framework that kind of gives us a sense of how to balance.
Okay, Rian.
Sure.
Thanks. Mr. Tafajo, save some.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think I'll save you time and just say thank you for the opportunity. And it's been a pleasure to make input into the process. Thank you.
Pleasure. Dr. Mkondweni.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. I think for me, I'm just hoping that the honorable members will do the honorable thing and consider the inputs that we've submitted. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Doctor. Doron?
Good. Thank you very much for the opportunity to reply. And thank you, Mr. Manyani, for asking me those questions. I appreciate it, and for your insight. Firstly, the stats that we put regarding imports is simply, in our view, we are allowing our local jobs to be taken by imported product, and that affects the entire economy. We as a South African, myself as a South African, and us as South Africans should be proud South Africans and should understand that we can produce these goods locally, and we should be allowed to produce these goods locally. And government, through this local procurement policy, should ensure that steel and steel products are procured locally. That was my ask. And moving towards an import of steel products is taking our jobs away from South Africans. My comments around BEE, I'm proud to tell you, Mr. Manyani, that SCORE is 26% Black woman owned and 55% white owned. We're a BEE level 3 contributor to our society, by far the best contributor in the steel sector. Our colleagues in the steel sector, in the upstream steel sector, are either a level 8 or a level 7. So SCORE is by far the furthest down the line in embracing the BEE philosophy of our country. But having said that, okay, I still believe it is imperative that we create South African producers of steel products. We have in the past, and we will be able to do that in the future if we're given the ability we're given the ability to have line of sight that localization will be part of the bill. In terms, you asked a question around our lost time injuries. We are running at about 30%, if not better, of the industry standard in steel. We're also very proud to say we pay very good rates at SCORE, higher than actually the industry rates. And to take these jobs from SCORE and import these products, and I'm going to say these products, but meaning importing these jobs, further demoralizes and reduces our ability to contribute to the greater benefit of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doron, for your response. Honorable members and our stakeholders, what I should indicate is that we will proceed with the public hearings tomorrow. Tomorrow we are starting at 9:30. It will be a hybrid. Thanks very much for those who have made submissions today. We'll consider all the submissions that stakeholders have made. Let's adjourn the meeting until we meet again tomorrow at 9:30. Thanks very much. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you.